So anyone paying attention might notice the negatives have gone up a little bit. So there I am. I'm like, you know what? I don't feel like repeating myself when it comes to this stupid dungeon. Like, I know that the game wants me to do each dungeon 50 times. Fine, whatever. What's funny is it really has been about an average of 3 times. If I'm really pushing it, I can manage 2. So, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and prep for this. So I leave the dungeon and go back to Altair, which is a trip so horrifically difficult, I barely survive. Please keep in mind that I'm leaving the dungeon because I am low on resources, low on mana, etc., right? So I barely make it out of the dungeon, and then start walking to town. And I know that I'm failing to properly convey this. In fact, hang on one second. Let me just try to make this clear. Just exactly what kind of nonsense this is, okay? You'll do. You can buy tents or cottages. I can. They would take up all of my money at the point at which I was at, which I was going to get to in a second here. Here we go. Of course it's a WebP. You know, making it a WebP isn't going to stop me. You can't stop me. You think you can. Here, I'll even mark some things. So we'll mark that. And we'll mark that. Just to make this fundamentally clear how absolutely stupid this is. Here we go. Okay, so, you see this? Hey, look, it's the overworld map. Cool. So, let me try to do this first. Let me just get this across. Yeah, exactly, Rolf. It's really frustrating. Here we go. So, there's the world map, right? Now, if you're paying attention, we've actually already been to almost every location on this map. No, seriously, we haven't been to the place you absolutely need, to be able to go over the water to access, that's diced. We haven't been to the Mazidia Cave, or Mazidia itself, or the Mazidia Tower, or Pelamecia, or the final dungeon. That's it. 6 total locations. Because we've been everywhere, right? But here, let me really... I know I'm not getting this across. I want you to understand. I want you to understand. Let's zoom this in a little bit. So we'll start over here. You see that circled spot? Like, right there? That's where the Dreadnought is, okay? Now, we have 2 options to get out of here. We can walk up through the second highest level overworld encounters in the game, just right here in the desert, and then keep going up through that desert up to here. If we get to here, there's the only... By the way, I had to correct myself, because I was looking at an earlier map. Apparently that map was for a future version of the game. In the NES version of the game, there is 1 Chocobo Forest in the entire game. 1. So we could walk up through the highest level crap, the second, highest level crap we have access to right now, in order to reach the Chocobo. To reach Chocobo, we do this trip, which you've seen me do like 3 or 4 times now, right? And then get over here. Just have to cross the entire world. By the way, in case it isn't clear, there to here is pretty much literally crossing the entire world. The other option is we could go south. You see this thing here? Well, that actually connects up here in the upper left. And it's like, oh, that's much closer. Here's the problem. First of all, that is a much longer trip than it looks like. Going from that circle all the way up here, all the way up here, all the way up here, and then all the way up here is not a short ask. Second of all, the 4th highest level groups of enemies in the game are on that path. So this is the path I took. Like an idiot, I decided to go ahead and go down the pathway. And let me tell you, I nearly died so many times. Because remember, I'm already low on health and mana and everything. So I'm just hauling my barely dead corpses, saving every single encounter in order to make sure that I have some ability to get all the way down here. Once I get to Finn, I'm actually fine. I did see that glitch. It's another negative that the Pixel Remaster will not be getting. Anyways, finally get over here, heal, and I'm like, okay, so ironically and stupidly, the best way to get back up there is to walk across the entire world I know this isn't conveying it. I know this isn't going to... You'll think, it's right there to right there. It's right there to right there. You ever look at a world map sometime and think, oh, that's just a quick trip, and it's like a 10-hour drive? That's kind of what this was. I had to go all the way up back here, all the way over here, all the way back through here, all the way back down here, get the chocobo, use the chocobo to get back down here to be able to get to the dungeon without actually being down on resources, just reaching the damn place. So by this point, I'm committed. I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing this stupid thing again. I'm not doing this dungeon a third time. No problem. Save right outside, and I've got a plan of action. This is all last night, by the way. I didn't do this morning. So I got a plan of action in mind, right? I'm like, okay, it's going to be cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save outside. I'm going to go in. I'm going to get the 3 relevant dungeon treasures. That is the sleep sword, which is basically mandatory for our ability to CC our enemies. I'm going to get the blind bow, which is pretty much the bow that Maria is going to be using for the majority of the game. And then I wanted to get the Thief's Gauntlets, which will be put on Maria, which will vastly increase her livability. Cool. 3 equipments, get all 3, rescue Hilda, go to leave. So I made a save state here to emphasize. So this is me at the exit, right? I'm here, I'm ready to go. And I noticed there's this dude here. So what I immediately do, without even thinking about it, is I scooch out here, and I fast forward a little bit to let him escape, but he doesn't. He doesn't move an inch. I'm like, what the hell? And I go talk to him. Princess Hilda ran off. I can't leave. After you rescue Hilda, you can no longer leave the dungeon. Now, I'll admit, if I was a reasonable person, well, what I've done at this point in time is I would have reloaded my save, gone in, got the treasure, left, did the trip all the way back to Altair, healed, recovered, did the trip all the way back, and then been like, okay, and then rescued Hilda another son. That's not what I did. I did the freaking dungeon and got all the way to the end here, where I'm about to finish the dungeon. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, that doesn't sound too bad. I would like to draw your attention to the state of my party at this point in time. Now, on the off chance you don't know this interface as well as I do, Furion, Guy, and Gordon are all dead. I've also burned through basically all of my mana. Random has 1 more mana. Guy has 2. Gordon doesn't have any spells. The only one left alive is frickin' Maria, and she's darked, which means she basically can't attack anymore. And also, I think that prevents you from getting stat ups, which is just great that that's another little site. I need to verify that, because that's true, that's another negative. And she has 56 health left. Now, the good news is, she is actually pretty well set up to survive, because I do have the Thief Gauntlets, and I do got the Blind Bow, and I do got the Gold Armor on her. So, okay, cool. Yeah, 5 is default in this game. So that sucked. And I was, I'd say, about half of a room away from the end point when I got down to the point where it was just her. And I'm like... And I decided to just push it out of what I can only refer to as stubborn, just screwitude. Now, there's a silver lining here. I'm going to admit that I did something off camera just to verify. Because if this wasn't a thing, I would have just reloaded the save and done it on camera. But let me show you what the only reason that this is viable at all. But seriously, screw this goddamn dungeon. Okay, so we talk to the engine. The engine says, this is the engine. And then we use... Oh, by the way, there's an ice shield, which it would have been nice to get, but it was a boss encounter. And I knew that, and I'm like, I'm not messing with that. So we're going to use the Sunflame on it. And we've destroyed the Death Star. We've hit the center with a proton torpedo. Don't think you've won. That voice, so familiar. Come on, we gotta get out of here. Thank God we get teleported out of the dungeon. Because if not for that, that would have been game. Screw this freaking game. God damn it. It's just... Now, you're probably thinking, this is where we get the airship, right? Nope! So I'm gonna drop a save state here, because screw that noise! But I'm gonna talk about that in a second, Blake. So first of all, let's heal her. Alright, now let's use her to heal herself. Now, you may notice, you probably didn't even catch this, but yeah, they're still poisoned, because of course they are. Why wouldn't they be? Now let's go heal the rest of us. I suppose I could raise my healing skill. Hey, Space Cadet. Oh, he's out of mana. Right. She's the only one with any mana. You may notice she's also suddenly got Cure 3, because she's been kind of carrying the party. Literally? I think literally counts in this case. So, Blade Devil just asked, can I start playing like I actually know what I'm doing? Funny you say that. I'm going to avoid exploiting still. But, yeah, I just did a bit of a projection thing, and obviously this is partially my fault because I'm an old man who's tired. But I'm running into the very real possibility that I would, if I kept playing normally, I would not beat this game before I have to stop streaming for like a week. So... anyways, so we're going to start using maps, and we're going to start using some leveling techniques as we go, because this is getting silly. Anyways... let me actually pop a save real quick. I need to verify something super quick. That's what I thought. In addition to having the target's accuracy, evasion, magic accuracy, and magic defense, that's what the dark status effect does, it also prevents you from gaining any stat ups at the end of battle. That is a Doom status effect. What the hell is that nonsense? Actually, yeah, that sounds like Curse, not Dark. Which is funny, because Curse is in this game. Hang on, I'm actually going to double check myself here. Curse, blah, 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 halves all offense and physical stats. That's it. I mean, yeah. But... is the last one intentional? It has to be. Hang on, just poison? Do it? Okay, so poison doesn't do it. No! Poison also prevents you from gaining stat ups. What about Toad? Okay. Toad doesn't technically prevent stat ups. However, someone who is Toad cannot cast spells and their accuracy chance is pushed to 0. They also cannot use items during battle. Okay, so amnesia is just silence that lasts after battle, that's it. But does silence... now I'm curious. Hang on. Okay, no. Silence does not prevent... so darkness and poison prevent leveling. What the crap? It's actually worse than I thought. Oh, it's surely intentional. It's just... That is such a troll thing, especially since nothing tells you that. It also doesn't tell you that darkness reduces all of your defenses in addition to your hit chances. I didn't know that until about 20 seconds ago when I just read it. So that's actually an interesting question. Usually we can rely on the old standby of, well, it was in the manual, right? I have no idea what kind of manual FF2 had because of the uniqueness of the fact that this never came out in the States. So, I'm not sure. FF1 actually had a rather extensive manual. I don't know if it included things like that, but it did. I can't argue that, Blade Default, but I have to admit, I think my own RPG career is pushing against me there, because blind usually reduces your accuracy and statement. It is specifically an anti-physical status effect. That's true in almost every other RPG ever. Anyways, come, it is time. Gordon, you have matured considerably. I would like you to be our commander-in-chief. What about Hilda? The one, the one who's actually been running the rebellion? Yes, sir, I'm honored. Minwu, the world is in chaos. Should Forbidden Seal be broken? Yes, I will go and unseal the magic. It was created for a time such as this. Random, I feel the Dragoons may be our only hope. Their home, Deist, was destroyed by the Empire. There have been a few survivors. Our future depends on the Hiryu. Please look after Hilda. Your Majesty. Oh, waste not. Go on, we must finish what we began. So Gordon leaves the party, no warning, as usual. The best debuff in this game? I mean, Toad is insane. It's fine. Nobody cares about dragons. So now we have to go to Deist. When the Emperor raided Deist, I thought it was a small attack. No, the Emperor's trying to wipe out all the Dragoons! Only Dragoons understand the language of the Hiryu. A Hiryu might still be at Deist. It would be of great help. Okay, so any guidance on how to get there? It's on a distant island off the eastern sea. So yeah, this is one of the few places we haven't been to yet. Exactly, Blade to Fall. The king will never be forgotten. Deist is off over there. I want to ride a Hiryu someday. Wait until FF5. The king will never be forgotten. The king. The king. I want to ride a Hiryu someday. The king will never be forgotten. You're all beneath me! Yeah, we're finally going to go meet Blade Tabal's character. Unfortunately, I don't think I can name you. Like, I don't think I can name any of the side characters in this one. Or the rotators, I should say. I should call them side. They are main characters. The king! Her royal floofness! Alright, so I told Blue Wind I'd check something. So, yeah, we now have access to the third vendor. Okay. We can buy ethers. And Phoenix Downs. Now here's the funny thing. There are a couple of spells coming up that I would really like to be able to afford, so I'm kind of been saving for them. So I'm hesitant to buy any ethers, even though an ether is, incredibly useful at this point. I think I will buy one ether. Oh, actually, you know what? Hang on. We can sell some of this extra crap. Let's go to that. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. We might be able to afford more than one ether. Hang on, hang on. Okay, let's buy... Well, shoot, hang on. Sell the Sunflame. Man, I wish. You can sell the Excalibur in this game. Alright, I'm already tired of this music, so since we're in town... let me look something up really quick. Because it might actually be worth making a trip to Mysidia right now. But it depends on how expensive everything is. Oh, that's funny. You know the Toad spell? The extremely overpowered spell of Doom? Yeah, it's the only way... I want to stress this for a moment. The only way to get the Toad Tome is to either find it in a dungeon we haven't reached yet, so pretty far into the game, or get it to drop from one of the enemies at the very beginning of the game. You know, the enemies you have almost no hope of defeating. The only reason I even know that's a thing is because I know the speedrun route specifically goes to those enemies, manipulates them so they can kill them, gets the Toad Tome, and uses the Toad Tome on the entire rest of the game. By the way, there's a fun glitch in this game, where if you cast, I think it's Reflect, on a target, it overwrites their status, and most bosses have a status that makes them immune to Toad. So, for example, you can defeat the last boss in this game, who is, to be clear, by far the hardest boss in this game, by casting Reflect and then Toad on him. Anyways. How much does this cost? Doesn't say. Okay. How much does this cost? That doesn't say either. I mean, if I'd gotten the Toad spell, I might actually be tempted by that. The problem is... Well, no, I could still get one. I could still get one Toad spell when we get to the retaking of Finn quest, which is actually after this. Tempted. Not gonna lie. Tempted. Screw this game. Where do I get that? Mysidia, 8,000 gold. Oof. Hang on, let's just do this. What is sold in Mysidia? What have we got? What have we got? Not much, actually. We could get Holy. That is 20,000 gil. Yeah, Holy is basically Flare, because it's typeless, which is funny. But it specifically uses your Spirit stat instead of Flare, which uses your Int stat. It also has a lower damage cap than Flare. So Holy is just Flare, but for white mages. I'm not sure that's worth picking up, to be honest with you. I've already got lives, I've already got cures. I've already got those. Do they... Hang on. What else do they sell here? They sell Giant's Gloves. Not that I need those at this point. Do I need anything here? God, I might not. I could get the Ice Bow. Yeah, I could get another Thief's Glove, which I could put on Furion. And or my Rotator. I could afford that. Barely. That might be worth doing. I'm gonna go ahead and make the trip. Or at least try to make the trip. Yeah, back to Overworld. Back to Overworld. Save. Nope, save. Amusingly, it might actually be safer to walk all the way across the world, get the Chocobo, and then go to the frickin' thing. But yeah, so... So now I need to be thinking about raising my stats, which means I'm going to be casting pretty much every single round right now. Except with Maria. So let's go ahead and do this. Have her fight, because we need to start raising her damage. And I need to be raising... I really wish I could get Flare. Where's the earliest I can get Flare? It would be really helpful to have a Flare right now. Oof, okay. Well, it's on the 8th floor of the Mesidian Tower, or I could buy it in the Jade Passageway. Yeah. It drops off of Tiamat. Tiamat is a boss in the final dungeon, by the way. You know what? Hang on. Let's plan ahead a little bit. What is our next major encounter? We'll be going to Diced. And then the Colosseum. So let's look up the Behemoth, I think, is our next major problem. Behemoth. Pretty sure, anyways. There it is. Behemoth. What do you got? What do you got? You're weak to nothing. Okay, well, that's just that. Well, I actually just said this way to Holy is just a weaker flare that uses Spirit instead of Int. Do you have any... No. Nobody has elemental vulnerabilities at a certain point. Damn those bosses. Whatever, let's just keep raising ice. Screw it. Actually, what is our weapon stats here? So he's at 5, actually on the verge of 6, which actually isn't bad. She is also at 5. He is at 5, okay. Okay, I said we weren't going to do exploits. We're going to do a small exploit. First thing we're going to do is we're going to attack, and then cancel out. And now we've gotten attack experience. That's how this works. I'm actually going to be raising heal instead, because I really need the ability to get rid of status effects. So, raise heal, and then ice. Single target ice, and then I want you to cast life, because I want life to actually go to land. So, it does work multiple times per encounter, but it's technically more efficient to do what I'm doing here and spread it around because of how it... there's another variable. I didn't even know about this until last night when I started doing an even bigger dive into this game than I have already done. It turns out that the first time you use any given attack in an encounter, it gains bonus experience by a non-insubstantial amount. So, you know, if I use heal, that'll give me experience, but that first bit will give me more than the next, like, 10 or so, right? So, you go through and you heal, life, cure, whatever. And then, by spreading it around, you'll get a fairly large amount of experience for each of those spells, and therefore also your int, your MP, etc. So... this game! Why do you hate me, game? So, okay, so that's about what I was expecting to have happen on trying to reach Basidia. That's cool, that's cool. Are we doing any damage here? $75. Right. How much health do werewolves have? 540. Alright, so let's just die. Yep, okay. So, yeah, we do not have a reasonable way to get to Basidia right now. Yeah, pretty much, Dakota. in mind, you have to do all these inputs manually, too, and it's kind of a pain to do so. Thank God for the fast-forward button. I thought about that, Walker, because you're right. I could use the chocobo to get down there. But then I'm stuck there. In fact, I was thinking about that. Whoop, no. I was thinking about it last night. It's actually surprisingly easy to literally soft-lock yourself in this game. All it would take is using the chocobo to get someplace you're not supposed to be, and saving. Yeah, imagine if I went to Mazzidia right now, saved, and that end statement. I would be screwed. Alright, can we kill these guys? You know, honestly, let's just try to attack. What kind of damage do we do? Not bad, actually. Thank God we got that curse proc off, because they would be hitting triple digits otherwise. You know what? Let's just auto-attack, because we also have the sleep sword and the blind bow. And Jesus Christ! Yeah, there's no leveling your way out of it. You remember, if you've ever heard me talk about the story when I was playing Earthbound, and I almost got soft-locked in Magicant, because you can't leave Magicant until you finish it, and I was under-leveled. Same concept. The difference is in Earthbound, you can do this insane new concept they just invented. It's called leveling. I hate to keep belaboring this point, but I was thinking about this last night, too, when I was just getting miserably stuck in the Dreadnought, of how much I wish I could just go level. I know that sounds so pathetic, but we talked about some Chrono Cross as well, right? And arguably this came up in Xenogears. I know some developers have this thing where they're allergic to levels, but levels exist for a reason. As we've talked about, levels, being able to go level is a tool that you have given your players so that they can go and try to decide relatively their power level to whatever it is you're currently fighting. So... speaking of, I just realized I'm an idiot. I didn't write down that donation earlier. I saw it, mentally acknowledged it, didn't say it out loud. It's from Umbral Magnus. But Umbral Magnus doesn't hate me forever now. I won't blame you if you do. You know, Umbral Magnus is left in High Dungeon, so that's going towards Naruto, etc., Godzilla, etc., and Final Fantasy IX. No, FF13 was the last time it really came up. That's why this is so fresh on my mind. For those of you who don't remember, FF13 has a level cap per region. Like, there is a finite amount of leveling you can do in every given part of the game, up until, like, the last freaking dungeon. Thank you, Tyr, very much for the sub, and for a year of support. If you want to put that anniversary sub up to 3 things, please let me know. And thank you, Umbral Magnus, if you're there at all, if you haven't left me horribly. I still appreciate you. Okay, so... I'm going to keep trying to land blind and healing while we're doing it. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Let's do a full round of healing while he's slept. Oh yeah, that was worthwhile. Okay, back to fighting. Holy crap, we killed him. I didn't even check to see if we got the item, though. I was expecting him to die. No, they can, Rex. I am aware of that. It's actually something I mentioned yesterday. It's only in the NES version. They got rid of that as of the PS1 version. So, like, every version after this got rid of that. Hang on, it's even worse than that, though, Rex. Did you know there's actually a bug in the NES version which changes the relative frequency of the stats going down? It's supposed to be a 1 in 6 chance. Instead, it's a 1 in 2. Coin flip. Straight. Alright, so that didn't work out. Alright. Just... We really need that curse proc to manage that. This game. By the way, happy birthday, Rex. I demand that you get something good today. The world needs more good in it. It's this game. I swear to Christ, this game. So we'll put that towards 007, First Light, Cyberpunk, and Civilization 6. You got it. Appreciate you. By the way, I hope you enjoyed my birthday present. No, I'll stop bringing it up, I swear. You know, I was kind of hoping for a picture, right? Something, maybe. You can tell me. It's okay. My ego can take it on the chin. If it's something you didn't want or like, that's cool. I just thought it would be a neat thing. And I was a little early. Remind me to swamp that a bit here. Which I will do right now. Here, exit last. So let's actually put exit down here. Cure, peep, life, heal. Cure, peep, life, heal. There we go. Trying to standardize a little bit. Cure. Well, no, he's my black mage. So actually, yeah, let's actually do ice, fire, bolt, then cure, peep, life, heal. There we go. Okay. You know, I just realized no NPC has told me how to get to the next area. Now, I know the answer. We go in here and we talk to our next party member. Save for no reason. Layla! Oh, yeah, that's how it's pronounced. You looking for a ride to Dist? Diced. You guys are lucky. My ship is heading there now. This looks kind of suspicious. Relax. What could happen? Alright, let's get on our pirate ship. I swear this is just here for nostalgia. Leave everything behind. Do so and I may spare your lives. And then they kill us. Like, it's 8 pirates instead of 9. Although, what is with these pirates? Who drew these? I don't remember. I feel like this isn't a real fight. I don't think this is a real fight. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, they look like Flintstone characters, exactly. I suppose I should be spreading around my experience. Alright, so they're all dead. Okay, you win. Kill me quickly. Okay. You seem spirited. Would you join our fight against the Empire? Yes, Han Solo, please join our fight against the Empire. What? You'd have an outcast like me fight with you? Do you not know what the Plucky Rebellion means? Look, it's that or I murder you. Fools, get back to your jobs. I'll follow you people to Diced or wherever. Oomph. So I hope you enjoyed that, because that's pretty much the full extent of character that Layla gets. Ever. Now, she comes equipped dual-wielding. If you weren't paying attention earlier, I'll remind you that dual-wielding is completely bugged in the NES version. Now, there's actually a weird asterisk to that. So, right now, if I wanted to raise my dagger skill and my sword skill, I could just attack with her. But her damage will be lowered because it's calculating the dagger's damage as if she's dual-wielding, and then not calculating the sword's damage at all. So in other words, the only real output you're getting is 0.75 of the damage that you'd otherwise be doing. That's all dual-wielding does. Other than letting you level 2 weapon skills at the same time, obviously. So we're going to change something around here really quick. Or not? Hang on a second. Where did it end up? Where did it end up? There it is. So you may or may not notice that Guy, one letter difference, actually has the main gauche, as his offhand. Now you're probably thinking, why, Lore? You just said it doesn't work and it lowers his damage. Yeah, but he's not about doing damage. He's about casting sleep with his freaking sword. Sentences and RPGs. But the main gauche, God, I don't know how to pronounce that, actually acts as a shield, believe it or not. No, I'm dead serious. It literally acts as a shield. And so it's one of the best shields in the game for a mage. However, for right now, gauche. Okay, gauche. I can do gauche. For right now, I'm actually going to put that on her so that she can contribute to the party. And I need to remind myself of when she leaves the party, because I'm never getting that dagger back if I don't do that. Right after the Diced Cavern. Okay, that's cool. So, yeah, literally 2 dungeons from now. This game. Anyways. I also want to take her gold hairpin there. But I'll leave it for now. So now we have a boat for the first time in the game. We are over halfway through the game now, by the way. Unlike in FF1, you can just park it anywhere. And now, I know what you're thinking. Thank God I can park it anywhere. Honestly, I think that's a bad thing. I know that sounds strange, but if there's one thing that I will never stop praising about FF1, it's the fact that the overworld had actual honest freaking design to it. So as a direct consequence to that, you knew where the game wanted you to go once you got the boat because you could see the frickin' docks. Right? It's like, oh, I could go here, here, or here. Now, sometimes the game would use that against you and be like, oh, you gotta go all the way around or whatever. But yeah, no, you're getting it, Rax. Like, this is something that I brought up at the very beginning of this run, and Takota even mentioned something about it too. Open-ended design is not inherently better than linear design. This game is so open-ended, it is disgustingly easy to end up trapped somewhere you do not want to be. And I could park anywhere. I could quite literally reach the Jade Passage right now if I wanted to. For the record, I do not want to reach the Jade Passage right now, but I could. Yeah, exactly, Tyr. Exactly. If you're going to have open-ended, you have to have design to it. There has to be stuff like Zactaft guiding you on where to go and what to do. So I'm going to keep leveling my spells here. This is, a lot of our battles are going to be a little bit slower, especially in this lower-end stuff, because we really need to be raising our MP. Interestingly enough, raising our HP isn't as much of a priority. And you're probably thinking, but why, Lore? Well, funny fact, we're about to do the Diced Cavern, which is the first of several dungeons. That is to say, all of them from this point onward, which starts to have enemies which do percentage damage. So while more health can help, its usefulness has quite literally just dropped off substantially. I just realized the game just didn't tell me where to go here. It just told me to go to an island. I think I could swing another walkthrough-itis negative for this. Anyone in chat want to jump on that? Because, oh yeah, there's also this problem. I actually forgot about this. So, yeah, in order to go east, I actually forgot about this. Because of the nature of how terribly designed this stupid overworld map is, the only way to go east is to go west. For those of you who don't remember, I've shown off this stupid map like 3 times now. In fact, I think I've still got... Yeah, here, check this out, check this out. Okay, hang on. Let me show you something. Let me fit this to screen, okay? Okay, there's the world map. Notice something? There is an uninterrupted land strip. Essentially, I guess from your perspective, it's like this. Bisecting the world map. Like I mentioned, you can walk to basically anywhere in the entire game from the very beginning of the game. The only locations you are physically incapable of reaching from the start are Leviathan and the Mesidian Cave and Deist. Oh, that's not true. And the snowy area. The snow cavern. So yeah, you in order to because we started that Central Sea, because there's this giant landmass, we have to loop around in order to reach frickin' Deist over there. Anyways. Now, amusingly enough, if this was a better game, I'm just going to say that. I'm just gloves are off. Not literally yet. No, still need it. But metaphorically, gloves are off. If this was a better game, this would be a great time to level. No, seriously, this would actually be a fantastic time to start increasing our power output. Problem is, the best time to level in this game was about, like, 8 or 10 hours ago. Yeah, by the way, everything poisons from this point onwards. So not only are we not gaining stat ups, but there's no leveling. There's no leveling. There's no benefit. I cannot stress this enough. There's no real benefit to fighting higher level enemies. Not really. By the way, you may or may not notice that I have yet to successfully kill any of these things. That's just my life. Oh my god. I'm this close to just cheating. I'm this close to just throwing up the cheat flag and saying, you know what? It's FF2. No one cares. I haven't killed a single thing. I haven't killed a single thing. Wow. Yeah, no, they murdered me. They murdered me. So to be clear, let's just walk through this. Let's showcase what leveling would look like for a second. So we'd encounter some low-level nothings. Don't worry, these can only envenom, not poison. I know it looks exactly the same in-game, but it is different because it'll go away. Then we spend every round casting all of our non-killy magics on ourselves in order to raise our MP and our and the spell levels themselves. Whoops. I just did this. And this will slowly raise our MP and our magic stats, both of which are very useful. There is one reason. I guess I'm being a little facetious. There's 2 reasons to fight at-level stuff. Kind of. So an enemy has to target you with a spell, a magic attack or a physical attack, in order to... No, not money, not in this game. In order for you to gain experience for your evasion or your magic evasion. Thing is, all that means is you need to make sure the enemies stay alive long enough to target you. So... I don't know where the hell I get Blink from. Where do I get Blink? Hang on. So Zara asks, is Fallout 3 well designed with an open world? Sure. We'll go with sure. I think it's a sufficient answer to that question. So where can we buy Blink? There it is. We can actually buy that in Basidia, but also Poft. Let's go get Poft. This is just this freaking game, I swear to God. And yeah, we're efficient. We are literally at the point where the most efficient way to level is to hit ourselves. And you're probably thinking, but you'll do so much damage to yourself. So you see those stats there? Like I'm at almost level 6 with most of my weapon stats, which is not actually terrible. That's something I'm not going to be raising here. If I wanted to raise that, I could. Like, I could raise that right now to max. It would be arduous, but I could. Let's go get the boat really quick, because I just accidentally just undid all this by getting into a single encounter on the water. Just die, just die, just die, just die, just die, just die. Okay, cool. And let's run. Run, no! Okay, okay. We might be able to kill this one thing. It is possible. Okay. Hold on. I need to redo something. So cure, life, heal, peep. So cure life, heal, peep. Cure life, heal, peep. Life. No, peep is Basuna. So then, ice, fire. Yeah, I know, it's great that it's called peep. It's especially confusing to someone who's played this game. Okay, secure, life, heal, peep. There we go. Yeah, I've also had almost no use for it so far, which is fine. Peep only gets rid of stuff that's in combat. That'll go away before the end of combat. I probably shouldn't have even bothered picking it up. But whatever. Yeah, it'll get rid of Envenom, but, I mean, who cares, really? You. And then... Gauche. Put the Gauche there. Gauche there. Okay, now we should be safe, and now we're super safe. So let's go ahead. Okay. Save. Hard save. Also, I'm going to start doing this. I should be doing this anyways. Start using save slot 4 as like the backup save. Okay, so now what we're going to do is you're going to unequip that sword. And unequip the bow. No, Noctis. No. No! Yes. So, what we're going to do is we're going to buy some bucklers. We want, I guess 6 of these. I know what you're thinking. Why not just keep your real shields on? So, fun fact, shields have an attack stat in this game. Because you can attack with shields. So we actively want the weakest shields possible. Which is the buckler. Why do shields have an attack stat? Shield slam! Boom. I mean, in sincerity, speaking to someone who's wielded a shield before, that would hurt. Let's just pop this really quick. I'm thinking about it. Okay, so we're going to attack ourselves, of course. And this is our life now. This is one of the better times to do this because she will very slowly kill the enemies, making sure we actually get stat ups. Like, I know this is going to sound strange. It's better to not spend an entire battle just constantly attack canceling like this. Because this actually caps out at a certain point. I mentioned that earlier. So I could do this, right? And I could just do this. This is actually really easy. This is the bug that Noctis was just referencing. I am gaining experience right now. It's just slowed down quite a bit. But for realsies, what I want to do is attack myself. Because I want to take damage. So I want to be accomplishing a bunch of things at the same time here. I want to be raising my evasion. I want to be raising my my strength. I want to be raising my stamina. I want to be raising my HP. I want to raise my shield skill. I just crit myself. And I still want to be killing the enemies before I go completely bonkers. Because, again, there is a cap on how many stats you can get up at the end of a given fight, right? So there is still a value in actually killing the enemy. That's what Layla's here for. Honestly, Rickard is a much better usage of this exact same thing, but I kind of need this power-up now because the sea is kicking my ass. So I should probably not be skipping through the combat so I can at least see what stat ups I'm getting at the end of combat, if anything. There is another strategy here which we could be employing. I'm actually really tempted to do it. So, Blue Wind, I once told this strategy to Blue Wind, and their response was, "Oh, that's dumb and insane and stupid. Why would you ever do that?" And I sort of assumed that they knew this game better than I did. I'm starting to question that assertion. So, one of the things you could do at this point in time, and I mean you could do this literally at the beginning of the game, is you can unequip all weapons and go full unarmed, go full monk. Monk in this game, as Joseph was actually showing earlier, is actually quite viable. It does the exact same thing it does in FF1. It takes a while to ramp up, but once it gets there, you'll be hitting for thousands of damage every swing without even having any equipment equipped. Because you don't need equipment. Anyway, just got an idea of you. So let's spend around healing myself. Yeah, it is a common strategy for me to bypass most of the weapons in this game and just raise fists. Now there is an exception to that. That's the sword. There's always a good sword in this game. Like, swords are stupidly overpowered consistently. So, like, have one person raise sword so they can use things like the sleep sword or the ancient sword or the blood sword or the Excalibur or whatever. But then have everyone else just punch. Just punch. Just punch. This is a negative I've already given, so I have no additional negatives to give for that. The imbalance of weapons in this game is hysterical. But I already did, Rex! You don't understand! Bo is actually pretty good. I did a little more looking into that to verify that. So we will probably stick with Bo, long term. But if I really wanted to just say screw it at this point in time, I could probably just start unequipping a lot of things and just start punching things with my fists. The only downside of that is I haven't been raising my fist skill. Jesus, this is loud. Which means we'd be starting from absolutely nowhere. And yeah, the flame bow and ice bow. I actually have access to the ice bow right now if I can make it to Mazidia. Would absolutely Shrek. Even right now. But yeah, I could actually go and start just really, really raising my fist skill. I'm sitting here debating it, if I'm being honest. I appreciate you, Fringe Philosopher. I do try to keep that thing as updated as I can. In fact, I found a glitch, literally just like yesterday, in the Search for Spock review, which I have now fixed. Appreciate your French philosopher. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Yeah, I'm debating it, Blade Devil, because he's already kind of our mage. Dealer's choice, you can absolutely dealer's choice. Then done. He's already kind of a mage, and almost every weapon in the game comes with a fairly substantial magic penalty. So I'm actually kind of leaning towards that. Except daggers. Although you probably didn't hear me say that earlier, because I mean, again, that's going to be his shield, the main gauche. Yeah, shield skill's up to 6 now. Evasion is up to 55%, which is not bad, considering he doesn't have a real shield equipped. That's just stats, basically. Hers is at 43, also not bad. 243, in fact. His evasion is fascinating right now, because he has an evasion of 4, but only 7%. However, do you see that hit chance? One hit is not great, but 199 is crazy. That's a near guarantee of landing a hit. Well, it's because the fists have no accuracy penalty. Do you know that very few weapons in this game do not have an accuracy penalty? No, you heard that right. The more accurate weapons are the ones that have less of an accuracy penalty. It's just... Yeah, it's a decision. This game. Swords vary, yeah. In fact, I could actually pull up the list while I'm just standing here. Hang on. Weapons, swords. Where's our accuracy penalty? There it is. So, like, for example, most swords have an accuracy penalty of 50%, which is pretty low, actually, believe it or not. Oh, dude, tell me about it, Tyr. There's a video I've been meaning to watch by a YouTuber I really like who tends to dissect NES code, and he's actually dissected the code of the attack, just the attack formula, as in hitting the fight command and what happens when you do that. I really want to dig into that. I just haven't had time. Yeah, imagine missing punching your face. Do this for a second. No, let's just do this really quick. Let's just, because I really want to raise his fist skill. That's actually what I really want here. So we're just going to do this for a second. Wish I could fast forward this. But yeah, the Ancient Sword and the Sleep Sword, the two swords I'm using a lot, have a 10% accuracy, which you think, oh, that's really good. No, no, no. Low is bad. The Masamune is actually unique in the fact that it has 90% accuracy. I think that's one of the highest in the game. Oh god, you're right, because my evasion's going up. No. Enemy's like, what are you doing? I'm raising my punching skill. What? Just give me a second. I'm raising my punching skill. Huh? That guy's just gonna carry. He's already my mage, my only real mage. I'm reminded of a quote by John F. Kennedy. I swear it's relevant. Hear me out for a second. Leveling may not be perfect, but at least it's not FF2. The enemy's like, what are you doing? Yeah, that should probably be enough. See if we got anything out of that. Power up. Int down. Power up. Did not get a fist skill. Yeah, there you go, Rex. Oh my god, okay. His power is actually doing decent. 32 is not bad at this point in the game. And we did get fist skill up to 91, which is also not bad. Honestly, from a user perspective, as in the person actually on the controller, aka me, you know what would be probably easier to do? No. Like, I mean, yes, it would be easier to die. But like that, right? Rather than sit there and meticulously input commands every time, let's just our way through this, huh? Princess Hilda! Are you sure these guys are qualified to save us? They're the only ones who can. They have tapped into the weave. They know the true secret of power in this world. What's funny is this leveling system was actually originally intended to be an in-lore thing. That's not a joke. We've talked about this before. The idea is that anybody who uses it can raise it in this setting, which is a thought. There's also the idea behind why Emperor is so stupid powerful, is because he's just been sitting back there going, cast, cast, cast. Again, this is not a joke. I'm not making this up. You can find this in the original interviews when they're talking about designing the leveling system of this game. By whatever his name was. I wrote down his name. Oh, here it is. Akitoshi. Akitoshi Kawazu. Are my stats going up? It's kind of hard to tell the rate I'm going at. Okay, fist skill is at 2. We're up to 299 now. Yeah, the Emperor's just sitting back there grinding. You know, I've been debating something. Maybe I should just raise their fist skills too. Honestly, you know. No, you know, no. I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and equip the ancient sword. And the gold sword. And the gold sword, I mean the gold shield. Get that. Go get her bow. And we're just gonna raise our damage for a minute. That's just what we're gonna do. There's probably higher level enemies I can do on this. Hey, what is our accuracy? Let's go look at that with the bow. Oh yeah, 523. Oh, that's awful. 523. He's at 553 with the sword, by the way. He's still at 299. Yeah, that's the secret. The bow blinds you. I'm going to double check that because that is absolutely the troll thing this kind of a game would pull. Hang on, where's the blind bow? There it is, right there. Hang on. Nope, it really does just have that low of accuracy. Wow. I mean, I could go get an ice bow. Like I said, we could get that right now if we could make it to Mazidia. The ice bow not only has 50% more hit chance, but also literally over double the damage. The catch is we'd have to survive the trip to Mazidia. I think that might actually be worth it. Hang on. Let's push this. So let's do this. Let's go away from Mazidia. I swear there's a strategy here. I actually don't know, Rax, to be honest with you. It's okay, we're raising our weapon skills as we cross the overworld map. And technically our strength as well, so that's cool. Like, we are at least getting stronger. That's something I'll give this game. It's probably one of the only things nice about this leveling system. And by nice, I mean terrible. is that you are so disincentivized from fighting at-level stuff that fighting low-level stuff still gives you some benefit. Oh, if you ever look at the encounter, you know how these games had blocks, grids for which encounters there are? So there's, hang on, 1, 2, give me a sec. 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. I actually don't remember if the Jade Passage has a separate block. Anyway, there's only about 5 different encounter grids on the entire overworld, which is really low. The overwhelming majority of the overworld is 2 grids. It's the really, really, really low-level stuff at the beginning of the game, and then the stuff we're fighting right now. And that's the bulk of the overworld. There's the stuff outside. So other than that, there's the higher-level stuff around the Dreadnought. I already talked about that. The stuff around Palamecia. There's the stuff around Mazidia, and then possibly the stuff around the Jade Passageway. Oh, and technically the Snow Flats has its own encounter table, but that's just kind of its own thing. So yeah, we're fighting the same enemies way over here that we were around Salamand, to really put that into perspective. Just half the world that way. Damn it, I wish this song had started a little bit later. Because we're about to have the best thing in the game. Make sure nobody's poisoned. How's our punching going? Or 2.5. Put it on sword. Sword is almost 6. Not too bad. And bow is still kind of lagging behind. Okay, now let's go to Mazidia. Ironically, since we are at the exact opposite end of the world, whether we go northwest or southeast, it's pretty much equidistant. So, just spoiled for choice here. Ugh. Am I the only one who is really disappointed we didn't get villain campaigns in Dissidia? To go there. Oh, shoot. I forgot about this lake. We actually have to go the other way. My bad. I actually forgot about that lake. I'm stupid. So to explain that a little bit, for those who haven't played Dissidia, in Dissidia, each hero has their own campaign, their own quest. Most of them are not great. I don't want to be dismissive of Dissidia. I love Dissidia to death. But most of the initial hero campaigns aren't very good. It's like, hi, I have this character trait. I am developing this character trait. I have realized the folly of this character trait. I now conclude this character trait. And it's like those 4 beats for almost all of them. Some of them work better than others. Hi, Giga. No. Oh god, I might go the wrong way. I might be going the wrong way. I don't know if this is going to connect. It doesn't connect. God damn it, just zipping out here. Yeah, by the way, there's the last dungeon, technically. We'll get there. Anywho. When Dissidia Duodecim was coming out, there was this big mode, which was like the overworld mode, which has its own story and campaign and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, sweet. And it specifically made mention of the fact that you could change your party around to add villains to your party. Now, I'm an idiot, and I misread that, so this is on me, but I thought that meant that there would be actual villain story. Nope. I was running around with a main party of like Kuja and Sephiroth, and they didn't have any dialogue. Shrug. Okay, so there's the Mazidian Tower. Hang on. I didn't know this connected. I didn't know Palamecia connected directly to Mysidia. I wonder if that's the same encounter grid. Yeah, the Chocobo has no encounters. Where's Mysidia? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Run! 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 Okay. Okay, we only Ultra died. Okay, we're dead. First encounter. First encounter. Are we set up? Are we set up here? No, actually we're not. This freaking game. The funny thing is, I really do want this ice ball. I think this is a worthwhile endeavor. Don't want to do that yet. Killerfish. We can actually take Killerfish. Barely, but we can do it. Int down. Sweet! I love losing stats. With a 50% chance of doing so. Alright, it's like here, right? Yeah, it's like right here. Somewhere. 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 Oh god, no! No! Okay. Maria, this is no time to get stoned. Oh my god, we ran. I'm in shock. Hey, we made it to Mysidia. This is the magical town of Mysidia. We live in hell! I don't think I can get rid of stone right now. Yeah, my heal spell is not leveled enough to get rid of stone. Okay. It's okay, golden needles are only 2,500 gold. Jesus Christ. It's an expensive trip. Oh yeah, fun fact. You can gain Esuna experience if it doesn't heal anything. However, if it doesn't, you only gain 1 experience per cast. As a reminder, it takes 100 experience to level at 1 point. So... give me that over here. Give me that over here. That'll do for now. Okay, real talk, this game, FF11 is not approaching this game in terms of just aggravation levels. I gotta be honest, I'm tempted to set up some kind of a macro for this and just be like, go! Although at that point, we might as well just look up cheats, right? Okay, so there it is, the ice bow, the actual reason we came here. The only reason we came here. Although we might as well check the magic shops over here. Yeah, so that over doubled her attack power. And her accuracy is now 572. Yeah, that beats him. Not quite him. Oh god, this is before I raised my fist skill at all. God damn it. Alright, whatever. I don't think there's anything worth buying in the armor shop. Let's double check. Nope. Not really. They do have thief gloves, but I only really have 1 additional use for that right now. So there's our basics. There's Blink. Oh, we might as well buy 3 of those. Honestly, in reality, I should probably get things... Oh, I'm going to get wall. No reason. I should probably also think about getting safe and shell, but at some point in time, it's just there's so many spells, and I'm not going to be able to level them properly. Like, you got to think long term. There's no way in hell I'm leveling any of these past like level 2, right? Even 2 might be too much. So let's put wall on him. There we go. Make sure everyone has blink. Honestly, I might actually readjust this. Put blink right at the front. Let's do that. Yeah, there we go. And I'll move blink up for him up to... Yeah. Okay. Well, that was a trip. Now here's the fun thing. Can we survive leaving Mizidia? Because there is a non-zero chance that we cannot. Want to break the seal of Ultima? You'll need the 2 masks. And the crystal rod. Yeah, we're not there yet. We're not there. Yeah, by the way, some people in chat are wondering, wait, why do you care if some of these spells level? So in some cases, it changes what they can do. For example, Esuna will not, physically, will not heal certain status effects unless it's at a certain level. That's why I couldn't heal Petrify earlier, for example. Ah! 2 steps away! Literally 2 steps away. Okay, okay. Just gonna run, just gonna run. Just gonna run, just gonna run. Just gonna run. You know what? Actually, hang on. Let's be smart about this. Let's blink ourselves. Still life. Okay, let's run. Let's run. Let's run. And we're dead. Sweet. Okay, so, This is why we saved back in town. Good morning, Braden. All right, we got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. Oh, God. Okay, okay. Now we're going to do something weird. I'm going to save over the second slot. There we go. I'm going to reset the entire game. Reload the second slot. Oh, no. Oh, same spot, too. Hang on. Okay, reset. Okay, so hang on. Right before that step, right there. I'm going to save again. Okay, then we're going to reset again. Hey! So that's how you game the encounter table in action right there. It is what it is. Let's push our way through these. We can kill most of the stuff on the ocean right now. It's not the end of the world. Can I say good morning to Dragon? Good morning to Dragon. Oh no. Yeah, these are the problem. Okay, we did it. Woo! We only lost 2 people doing that. Hang on. Okay, we're not as close as I'd like. Hang on. No! Sure. That's as close as we're probably getting. Let's just do it from here. This game. Keep raising that heal skill. Never use AoE on heal skills if you can avoid it. That way you can cast it more times to get more experience. Remember, AoEing is shortcut to failure. That is not really a joke. By the way, doing this kind of out-of-combat healing still raises the level of the spell and nothing else. You don't gain stats from doing that, so that's cool. Okay. Now, let's go down here. Do a real save. Wish I could do 2 real saves. And then do some backup-y saves. Now, we gotta go over there. Now, I just realized this is even worse than I thought. In fact, I should jot down some negatives for this. That sounds like a good thing to do. I like negatives. They're the best part of every breakfast. Okay. Welcome to Corneria. So in case you missed that, you know that connecting thread just west of here that I forgot about? That means we cannot go west from here to go east. In order to get to Deist, we have to circumnavigate the entire globe in what might literally be the furthest possible route to get there. We have to go all the way around here. This channel right here, do you see this? Do you see this little channel? This is the only reason we can get out of there and access the other half of the globe. Right here. Now, from here, it's a little bit simpler, because now we can just go south. But still, what the crap? Like, you can't tell me that's on accident. You cannot tell me that they just accidentally didn't do, screw you! And I know this because they do the exact same trick in FF8. It's just as frustrating there. I don't remember where this is. Oh, it's not where we're going right now. It's this guy. Although, no, let's go to Deist first. Alright, I need to fix my rows. Just a second. Take back front row. Take back the row. Yep, it's right over here. I was right. There's the snowfield. We've actually gotten pretty lucky encounters on the overall, which is good. Because some of the enemies out here will absolutely punch our teeth in. Like this formation, for example. So we're just gonna run. Okay, good news. Good news, only one person died in that random encounter. We still only have life 1, by the way. That poison. There we go. Okay. So there's Diced. Woo, we made it! I remember when I was playing the GBA version of this game, which, as a reminder, was like the third time I played this game. And I got to this point where we had to get to Diced. And I remember being so freaking lost, because I just kind of forgot how to get here. And at least in the GBA version, you're not ridiculously under-leveled, and, you know, got some skill and blah, blah, blah. But, like, God, I was just lost. Okay. So this is the Tier 3 enemies I mentioned earlier, the stuff that's around the Dreadnought. I can't either, Dakota. I've never seen it. The only times I've ever seen use it to level it work is when there's another adjoining mechanic that makes it work. West of Loathing, Asheron's Call, and a mod for Skyrim. Like, even in things like an Oblivion and Morrowind, there's other methods you have to level that don't involve just sitting there casting over and over again, right? Hang on a second. Yeah, the story's there. A lot of people say FF5 has no story. I like to think that FF2 has no story. It's not literally no story, of course, but I mean... Very true, Rex. Very true. A Blink Tome. That's funny. Who are you? Okay. Whatever. Stupid kid. Okay, here we go. Dist Castle and then Dist Cavern. Actually, a lot of loot in here, but I'm not sure if I care about any of it. There is a Phoenix Down and a cottage in here. And that's worth its weight in gold right now. Cottage. Let's go ahead and scooch that down like here-ish. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need this to be like up here. There. So just to get this visually, you see this line here? Everything above this line is our actual inventory space, because everything down here is going to be taken up by plot items. Oh, you're the good guys. Yeah. My husband was killed by the Empire. He was a dragoon. We two are the only ones who survived. The last hero is here. It's trying to speak, but we can't understand it. We could understand the hero if we had my husband's pendant hidden somewhere nearby. The dragoons fought bravely, but the Emperor poisoned the water of the hero. Before the war, every hero existed for the sake of its respective dragoon. The hero race is now extinct. Dragoons can't exist without them. Their lives depend on each other. I mean, this game could use a remake, like an actual remake. Not a pixel remaster. Yeah, Dragon Riders of Pern, we're walking. I cannot believe this. Did you know that that is a freaking troll room? This isn't even supposed to be a dungeon. It still has troll rooms, because screw us. Hi, Star Wars. Yeah, it's probably worth it. Let's go get a Phoenix down. Yes, that's right. One Phoenix down. Hello, Evo. How's your negatives going today? Oh, okay, we got a Phoenix down. One Phoenix down. Probably, Rex. Considering almost every troll room is coded identically, with the exception of the encounter table. Not the encounter rate, the encounter table. Like, seriously, every troll room is the exact same size and functions in the exact same way. The only things that change are the tile set and the encounters. That's it. I think I don't have room for all this loot. How would I spice up the dungeons? First thing I would do is I would design them. It's this brand new, insane alien technology they just came up with. It's called gameplay design. Almost every dungeon in this game boils down to the same concept. You go down a very linear corridor, usually in a spiral, usually the longest route possible, and there's a bunch of troll rooms. That's it. What the hell is a heart? And yeah, FF4 dungeons have some issues, and we'll get there when we get there. We actually talked about that a bit during the After Years run. But there is some actual design to FF4 dungeons. This is baby's first D&D adventure, to be very blunt about that. Alright, one of these doors contains loot. The other is a troll room. You be the judge. Over here, I need to figure out what we just picked up. Like, what was that? Okay, wing sword. It does extra damage to flying. That's it. There's nothing even fancy about it. 50% magic penalty. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, it's decent damage, but... Ugh. No, yeah, I might actually equip that on Fury, as much as I hate to. The Curse Sword is just so useful. Let's go and do it. Let's ignore Blue Wind. I'm just gonna say that as nicely as I possibly can. Let's ignore Blue Wind. Let's just follow our gut on this one. Let's see. What else did we get in here? What's the heart? The heart item is a consumable combat item which sets your spirit to 99 for that battle. The Elder IQ does the same thing, but for int. So spirit 99, int 99 for one battle. What's a crucifix do? Oh, I know what that does. Yeah, that gets rid of curse. We should probably hold on to that. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Let's equip the heart on her. Hey, Maria, hold this heart. Okay. And you hold this elder brain. Ooh. There's no bank either, I just realized that. No, it's not automatic use. It's a consumable. Fun fact, you cannot use items like from your inventory in this game. You have to use items from your inventory equipped slot. I'm not explaining this one. So you have you have 2 inventory equipment slots, and you can only use items that are in those slots. Think of it like Kingdom Hearts, but worse in every way. Alright, so anyways, left is correct. Left for loot. Stop, curse, and stone. Which are effectively, it's 2/3 of a kill thing. Unfortunately, because of how this game works, the chance of hitting is relative to the spell level. I'm going to go ahead and put these on Guy, just for the heck of it. But the odds of these landing are so low, you will probably never see me use these, because it's not worth spending the hours to grind to level it. However, if you ever want to level those, you can either use the item trick, or just go fight low-level items, or low-level enemies, excuse me, and constantly spam, on them. No, I don't want that. I'm going to be done, I think. Yes. God, my inventory is completely crammed. Yep, that's it. That's everything here. No, it only matters if they target Amble Box. Thank God. Although, there's another asterisk there, which I haven't even told you about. But let's just say it's going to be slow leveling. Leave it that way. And make absolutely sure we say, hear you. Okay. I'm going to kill you! No, I'm not. I'm going to kill you! No, I'm not. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Why is this game like this? No, seriously, why is this game like this? Hang on. What is the nearest town to us? I guess that would be Bafsk. So let's go do that. Let's not, because trust me, we want to walk into this dungeon prepared, because, spoilers, similar to the Earth Cave back in FF1, you kind of have to do this dungeon twice. That's true, I probably should say. I'll just do this. Screw it. It should be fine. I love that dark. Just making sure I don't, you know, level up. That's an important thing to be doing there. Dickheads. What was that? Oh, yeah, sword is now up to 6. Woo! Accuracy just went up a lot. Fist is still at 1. We're getting there. Ice is almost a 4. It's sad that that's high for our current playthrough. Should probably be approaching like 8 or 9 right now, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so nearest town. Go to a vendor, unload our inventory because we have way too much junk right now. Listen, it's only going to freeze everything in the entire universe, Blade. Well, it's fine. I don't want to get rid of any of these, but I kind of have to. I can't believe I'm getting rid of the sleep sword. Whatever, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Get all this crud. Cures are dime a dozen. Ice is dime a dozen. We'll get rid of both of those. Loving this inventory tax, really. See, the problem is I really don't want to get rid of the ancient sword. There's no other ancient sword. That's it. And ether is pretty much mandatory, and all the rest of these items. No, I'm just gonna get rid of the rest of these. These are only really useful out of combat, after which point it doesn't even matter as much. I'll keep the gold needle, because those are expensive as hell. And I'll keep the crucifix, because the curse is ridiculous. And I want a nice empty inventory, because we're about to get a bunch of crap. Put the cottage up here. Blink can go down here for right now. Crucifix can go up here. Ether goes up here. There. That'll do for right now. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. If they were going to keep this exact same leveling system, as in 100 experience per level, I probably would not mind nearly as much if it only went up to like 5. I'm going to put it on record, playable. And it's expensive enough that I don't want to just toss it. Fun fact, I could get a flame bow in the upcoming dungeon. Which is completely useless to me at this point. Yeah, 3 or 5. Nice, simple, understandable, still some gradient. For a game like this, I could see going up to 5. So, sure, whatever. Could you, like, get rid of that, please, so she can level? I mean, I know she's only here for this one dungeon. I could see 3, too. That's kind of a rule of threes thing, right? You've just picked up a weapon, you've started to learn a weapon, you've mastered a weapon. Boom, 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 right? I could see that. Like, maybe the first level is basic, and the second level gives you a stat boost, and the third level gives you something that isn't a stat boost, right? Something cool. Your fist weapons, once you get to level 3, now have a chance to stun. I don't know, just random thought. Your swords, when they get to level 3, have a chance to bleed. I don't know. You get the idea. So, level 2... Yeah, your fist confused. You get the idea, right? So, your level 2 increases your stats, and your level 3 gives you something cool. There you go. Boom. Done. No need for 16 levels of everything. Okay. Listen, Alfred's got this. Literally, in some cases. Yeah, maybe like there's a super ultra thing where you can get to level 4, and that's just ridiculous, right? Like, once you have level 4 abilities, you're just death. I don't know what it does, but by God, you're just like... And maybe you only have, like, a couple of level 4 unlocks. So you have to think, okay, who do I want? And what skill do I want to get to level 4, right? Oh, thanks for blinding me. I appreciate you blinding me. I appreciate you blinding multiple of my characters. That's so amazing that you did that. Thank you. You asshole. By the way, the ogre did that because it's a wizard ogre, because of course it did. Oh my God, and now we have more people blinded. What the hell? By the way, the reason there's so many people getting blinded, they always cast their blind as an AoE effect, because of course they do. Why would they? Do you know what game you're playing? Okay, that blink I might get rid of. And that means 3 people just didn't get stats from that stat thing. Thanks, game. You are so awesome for having done that. Oh my god, Giga, you have no idea. I've got to stress that I have guides and knowledge of this game. I want you to picture sitting down. I want you to picture Mr. Red sitting down and playing this game right now. No walkthrough, no cheats, no nothing. Just playing this game legit. Or you doing it, because, you don't know this game either, right? And just being like, all right, this sounds like fun. And then I bet you money that you would probably get to a certain point, be like, oh, it's okay, I can push through, because like you'd run into your quit point and you'd say, no, I'm going to push through it. And then you hit your second quit point, and then you'd probably put the game down. Because this game is, oh god, this freaking game. Okay. As usual, 5 floors to the dungeon. That seems to be our happy number here. Oh, this dungeon is huge, and we have to do it twice. No, I'm being serious. If you don't have the exit spell, you have to do it 3 times. Who designed this? Who hurt you, game? Who did this to you? Yeah, no, there's so many cascading problems here. Like, very few of the issues of this game exist in a vacuum, right? This is just, Of course we're fighting wizard ogres. Why wouldn't we? Naturally, wizard ogres are in their natural environment of preventing me from getting level ups. That's their job. The good news is we actually are doing legitimately decent damage at this point in the game. Mostly because I know what I'm doing now. Or rather, I am allowing myself to do what I know how to do. So, yeah. We are officially at the point where I am done screwing around. And pretending that I'm playing this game without a walkthrough. Or without pre-existing knowledge. Hey, a sleep tome. Whoops. Nope. God, this menu is so laggy. I'm not demonstrating, but there's actually input lag in the menu. I don't know why it's just in that menu. It's not in this menu. This menu's fine. But for some reason, there's input lag in that menu. How's our fist? We're almost up to 2 fists. But yeah, right now he is at 699. And his attack power is 53. So he's doing legit right now. Probably, Dakota. I don't know. She's at 571, which is not exactly bad. Her attack power is 66. And her bow is approaching level 6 now. Could be literal. Okay, so let's get... Okay, hang on. This is really far into the game, right? We are over halfway through the game now. What do you think's in this treasure chest? That's right. 30 gil. That is the summary of the entire game right there. Halfway through the game, dangerous dungeon, first chest, 30 gil. What's funny is I'm looking at the dungeon. I'm looking at the loot table in this dungeon. I'm pretty sure we actually don't want a single item in this dungeon. We're going to get all of them for money. But we don't actually want any of this. What we really want is that. So let's go get that. Now, hang on. I might be wrong. I appreciate being wrong. Let's see if I'm wrong. Oh, even Layla's doing some damage. I'm not going to invest her, though, because, spoilers, she leaves the party immediately after this dungeon. Because, of course, she does. What kind of game do you think this is? The good news is the next party member we get, which is Rickard, a.k.a. played by Bladefell. You should watch the FF2 rewrite. It's awesome. Is one of the longest term party members we'll get. In fact, I'm pretty sure Rickard will be with us for the majority of the game. In fact, I think pound for pound, only Minwoo is with us as long as Rickard is. It's the corpse of a dragoon. The pendant was beside him. Yeah, Rickard's actually pretty decent. He is set up as a dragoon, so there's our pendant. There's a next inventory tax. There we go. Now, it's possible that we can now leave and not have to go do the entire rest of the dungeon before we do have to do the entire rest of the dungeon. I'm not actually sure. I might be wrong. Like I said, I accept being wrong. So let's go ahead and murder this guy. Let's switch to the dungeon playlist. Speaking of which, I just realized. Sorry about that. I tend to space out on Diablo 2 music because Diablo 2 music tends to be that kind of atmospheric background sort of thing, you know. Anyways, we want to focus fire the Wizard Ogre because we don't want to be iced. And by iced, I mean darked. So one hit should do it. Yeah, we're good. He's hitting 6 times now, I just noticed. Instead of 5. Just want to see what damage this does with an AoE. Yes, that does 50 damage with an AoE. So there's an interesting thing about AoE in this game. In some games, they take the damage and divide it amongst the targets it hits. That is not true in this game. It just does less damage when you do an AoE attack, and they kind of decided, because they're dickheads, that the best possible way to calculate that is to automatically assume you're having the maximum number of encounters in any given encounter. In other words, the damage for an AoE is something like 1/8 of what you'd otherwise do. So, that sucks. In some cases, it is literally faster to single target, and you will do more damage and kill things more quickly if you just single target your way through enemies. I'm honestly not sure why they even let us AoE. Just raising my fist scale really quick here while we're at it. Actually, yeah, Giga. For those of you who've played MMOs, you know that there's something called an AoE target cap. Or no, that's not what it's called. What's it called? Oh god, AoE efficiency cap? It refers to the point at which it's actually better to just single target rather than AoE, because you're actually doing less damage. So for example, in FF14, that number is almost always 3. If you're fighting 4 enemies, it's worth AoE. If you're fighting 3, it's better to go ahead and single target, that kind of a thing, right? In WoW, it varies based on the ability, varies based on the class. In Guild Wars 2, I think there is no such cap. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Giga. But this is a relatively common thing in a lot of MMOs. In this game, it is if there is any less than 8 enemies, it is actually faster to single target, especially if you have their weakness. It could be legible. I'd believe you. I'm going to be risky, just for the funsies. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. These things are dropping a lot of stuff. It's almost weird. I lit all this stuff. Just suddenly getting item drops. Now, you may think I'm doing really good, and my damage is certainly good, but you know what's not really good? My defenses. Have you noticed how I have to heal after almost every single battle? And not a small amount of healing either. I'm just pointing it out because this is that lopsided problem slowly sliding its way into existence. We're going to save, because I don't know if this is true or not. Save here. In other words, the point is, our damage output has actually gone up substantially ever since I've stopped screwing around. Our live capacity hasn't really changed any. Yeah, this is why we really probably should go and spend some time punching ourselves. Something I don't really want to do, but would be a good thing to do. So... I'm not sure if I can kill a Gigas. Okay, 100 damage is not terrible. He just hit me for 477. Okay. No, gigas, not gigas. I know, it's a subtle difference. Just... Oh, I believe it, Blantival. I've done some digging onto some of the specifics of formulas. The amount of under-the-hood changes, it's actually specifically the GBA version did most of the under-the-hood changes. And he's dead! But the Pixel Remaster obviously inherits most of those changes. And this is probably one of the reasons why, while I'm not a big fan of the GBA version, it's not the end of the world, as opposed to this version of the game, which is in the running for the worst FF game ever made. Dude, multiple gigas would be insane. Ghost Punch and I'm dead. I've seen how angry she gets. You don't want to see how angry she gets. See, this would have been a good time to have something like, you know, the Cursed Sword. Whatever. Hey, Mr. Red, we were talking about you earlier. That's not actually a joke. We really were. You would probably like this game, Mr. Red. You would probably have fun with this game. $400 gold for that. I got HP up and HP up and Vitality up. Actually, you know what? I'll take that. Any HP up at this point is a good thing. You'll notice that guy is up to 500 health, which is actually not insubstantial at this point in time. Yeah, no kidding, Giga. Okay, let's raise her cure a bit. Yeah, this game is so miserable. I was using it as an example of someone. Like, if you didn't have a walkthrough, if you didn't know what you were doing, and all that. Like I want you, the point of the conversation was I want you to imagine how much of a nightmarishly, unpleasantly miserable experience I'm having, and then remember that I know what I'm doing. Like, remember that I actually have a plan in mind, a mental walkthrough, and a literal walkthrough up on the other half of my screen here. Now imagine having none of that. You know, I just realized the game just tricked me into doing the dungeon more than once. Alright, so I think we don't have to do the next dungeon. We'll find out in a second. Alright, so, hey, I've got the pendant. You can't use this. Okay, what about you? No, hang on. It's much worse than you're thinking, Giga. God damn it. God damn it. I think I have to actually go do the whole dungeon. God damn it. I thought I was wrong. Oh, I can talk to him now. Wait, I can talk to him now. Hey, what's up? Submerge this egg in the spring of life. Oh my god, it worked. It actually worked. It actually worked. Okay, good news. I was wrong. I will accept being wrong. We don't actually have to do the dungeon twice if you have a walkthrough. I'm still dinging it for that. So what happens on a normal playthrough, and I can tell you this because this is exactly what happened to me, is you go through the entire dungeon, get to the bottom, kill the boss, and then there's a thing that says, now the way is safe, you can go get the egg. And you're like, what egg? So you leave the dungeon, not knowing what to do, go back to the NPCs earlier, and they say, hey, you got the pendant from the dungeon, right? And I hope you did. I, of course, beelined it because I knew where it was because I had a map. But if you didn't get the pendant, then you have to go back to the dungeon and find the pendant. If you did get the pendant, they say, now you can talk to the dragon. You talk to the dragon says, here's my egg. Take it to the very bottom of the dungeon you just cleared. Probably, Blades of All. Probably. If they knew how to grind. Huh. Also, as you can see, we're almost at the max. In fact, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 3 more quest items to get. Oh, this game. But yeah, so we could just go right back in because I had a hunch I had a hunch that we might be able to just get the pendant and then leave, and I was right. Now we have to go to the entire frickin' dungeon. I hope we don't find any more Gigases. As opposed to Gigases. Gigai? Ooh, our HP just went up again. Jesus Christ. And those gains in. Stop making multiple of yourself, Giga. It's unseemly. Now here's an interesting question. I have to make a decision. Do I go refill my mana now, or try to keep pushing through a very lengthy and difficult dungeon? Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna swallow my pride. I'm gonna go refill. We're not gonna be stubborn. We're not gonna be stubborn. Blah 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 blah. So that's a thing. That just happened. That's a thing. Oof, yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. That's yeah. In case some of you missed it, because that was a blink of an eye thing, we encountered a Giga. A Gigas, excuse me. And the Gigas murdered our faces. Our faces were very murdered. There was murder happening. As it is wont to be. Let's see if we can successfully res. As a reminder, resing is a success chance until it's leveled. Okay, we made it. Woo! Agility up on Laylas. Giga's like, no! You cannot beat this game. I refuse to let you. Whatever, just slow mode your way through that. There we go, okay. I am kind of deliberately taking longer in-game in order to save time out of game, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel bad about that. I thought about that earlier, like, maybe I should just live with it, and you'll notice for real fights I don't speed up, but for anything that's out, I know I can just melee through, screw it. You know, just screw it. What the heck is Wuthering Waves? Would be my answer to that, Tridexian. Okay, so let's sell... I want to keep one blank for Rickard, so I don't need to keep that. So let's get rid of this. Yes. Oh, it's a gacha game. Well, I spit upon it, did. I guess that's true, Blade Traval. It's actually a very valid point. I was actually thinking about that earlier when I noticed that my weapon skills were going up equally across all three characters, even though there's no way all of them are killing at the same rate, and that's because all it cares about is inputting the command. And I'm always inputting a command, so everyone is always getting weapon skills. Which is kind of funny when you think about it. Speaking of, where are we at on that? So sword is 6 on him, which is really good. Bow is not quite there yet. Yeah, it's literally a bug, but it's... Oh, we just hit Fist 2. We're still at 199, but still. Ooh, strawberries. Oh, God, I miss real strawberries. It's a grocery store crowd. What's the difference, Lore? If you don't know, trust me, it is different. I'm just curious something. So that's 10. 11. I'm really curious about something. It's 12. 14? I actually lost track for a second. I think it's, we'll say it's 13. So that's 14. That's 15. 16. 17. I'm just really curious of something. Forgive me. 18. Kingdom Hearts 2. 20. Five now. It's 30. I'm testing two things at the same time. First, I am leveling. This is literally leveling. But second of all, I'm testing how many stat ups we can get after a single fight, and I'm testing if there's rollover. I'm also double-checking the experience gain, but I'm pretty sure I know how that works. Oh, that drives me bonkers, Blade to Roll. I don't like papers not being in order when they're not stapled together, but when they're stapled together, that's just like, ah, you bastard. I think I lost track. Hang on. So this should be 34. This is 35. Six. 7. Oh my god. 40. 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 49, 50, halfway there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm also curious how long this takes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 5, 6. So the way you do this, hang on, let me stop at 70. The way to make this work most efficiently is because Dakota asked, when do you cancel? So I could, for example, do fight, cancel, right? The catch is you can never do this trick on the final party member. Now, the good news is the final party member doesn't matter. Right? Like, they all rotate in and out, so who cares? But you can never do this trick on the final party member because the final party member will finish it. We'll finish the round. We'll finish the inputs for the whole team. So the way I'm doing it is input, 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 cancel, cancel, cancel. I'm actually using auto input to make this a little bit easier in my hands. So this is 72, I think. I'm also using fast forward to speed up the cancel a little bit. 73, 74, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80. Getting there. 1, 2, 3. We're going to go a little bit over 100. 84, even though it should cap at 100. 85, just to make sure. 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 1, 2, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and then we'll go to, let's say, 110. Just to really cap it off. So that's 1, 2, or reversely, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, Giga Pudding, there's no way. Doesn't have enough story. Okay, so let's watch what happens there. Because I'm actually pretty curious. Okay, so... Power shield sword up, power bow up, power fist up. Okay. That's actually good to know. But let's check something else. So the reason that's relevant is his fist was at 2. I have just moved his fist from 2 to 3. That's a full level of fist in one combat. Catch is, he is stuck at 3. So this is the other thing I was testing. Now, she was at 77, right? 77 on her way to 6, I think. And now she is at 6. In other words, there is no rollover. That's exactly what I was testing there. No overflow whatsoever. She hit 6 and then stopped. I didn't think there was either, but I wanted to double check, and I don't remember reading about that. Swords up to 7. That's cool. And that took, looks like about 7 minutes. Which is not terrible. As awful as that sounds. So let's do something slightly different. Everyone's at 0 experience right now, right? Let's do 10 of these. So, whoops. Hang on. That's true, Dakota. So that's 3, technically. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. It's definitely 11, but whatever. Alright, what did we get from that? This is the part I'm really curious about. So that was 9 experience. Uh, 10 experience for her. And 13 experience for him. Okay, so there's no consistency there at all. I don't know what to derive from that. That's just... Huh? By the way, he's up to 799 on his attacks. Because, you know, yeah. 672 on her. And I think he's down to 3... Yeah, 399. There is enemy class modifier. There's also the enemy level modifier, although that should be equal for all of them. And there is the fact that it changes... Well, no, it shouldn't change the rest of your level. Ah, whatever. Oh, no! Oh, whatever. Let's kill these guys. So there's technically a less involved way of doing what I just did. It would probably take more time. It's this. You get more gil this way, and you'd get more health and evasion this way as well. More risk, too, as you can see. The really frustrating thing is that leveling method I was just showcasing doesn't really apply to anything other than fight. If you want to raise anything else, it's way more boring. Because there's no memory cursor, so doing inputs is a thing in this game. So yeah, you'll notice our MP isn't going up, for example. And our magic power isn't going up, and our int isn't going up, and our spirit isn't going up, and our spells aren't going up. And our HP isn't going up. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Like, it is nice to have a decent amount of output, but we're not increasing anything else by doing that. Well, we leveled each person's weapon skill by 1, which is not, it's not insubstantial. It is a noticeable increase in power. It's just not as noticeable as I want it to be. I might go... I mean, Finn is literally next. Now do it 15 more times. Ah! I mean, that's not even a joke. Oh, god damn it. Alright, hang on. Let me fast forward through this. Yes, it does floating triangles. However, it does not raise your spirit, or your magic, or your mana. So, it only raises the spell level. Out of the way. Oops, wrong thing. That. We're at least making some decent money. Which is going to be nice when we start buying ethers and elixirs. Ooh, push-ups? Oh, right, I need to restore my mana. Let's do that really quick. What I might do is, instead of taking a lunch break today, I might commit to grinding on my weapon skills off camera. Just throw on a video, Just watch something while I slowly mash A. For now, let's do the diced cave proper. Not a grindy game. My ass. Oh! Oh my god. Please run. Please run. Please run. Please run. Please, for the love of God, run. Okay. 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 Hang on. I will not do that, Mr. Red. I have a limited time budget here. Well, we'll see what happens here. So we do an attack. It does not very good damage. It's just even less damage. That's not great damage. It's decent damage. Okay. That's... So, yeah. We're just gonna let Layla be dead. Honestly, yeah, just mulch through it. Okay, so let's go back to town now that we've had literally one encounter. God, this game. Oh! Okay. So. Hang on. I think I could push this, but let's not. So let's get rid of the poison. And let's res everybody. God, no, Mr. Fred, no, don't. Play something good. Or play the modern version of this game, which doesn't have any of these issues. You can make a race of it. You'll probably beat me. Even though I'm over halfway through the game, you'll probably still beat me. I am legitimately concerned about not beating this game by Sunday, which is kind of my deadline. Like, I got stuff to do Sunday. So I hope to be done with this game by Sunday so I could get stuff to do so I can get ready for the trip. If we don't beat this game by Sunday, oh well, I'm out of time. As a reminder, we are one dungeon ahead of where we were when we started today. I've been playing for 2.5 hours, and we have not accomplished another plot beat yet. Just to really emphasize this. Frickin' Gigases. We have yet to speak Beaver. No, that's after this. That's in the Basidian Island. The Basidia Cave, or whatever it's called. It's okay, Giga. I accept my death. I love how most of these enemies are so mild that I barely even have to think they exist. And then there's, like, just occasionally they just kill someone. They just straight up kill someone. Just, you're dead. I don't know. Maybe there was a Speak Beaver thing there? Maybe this version doesn't even have that line. Because they didn't mention anything. It was just like, yep, we're here now. Cool. Yeah, suddenly you're dead. To quote myself from when I was playing the lore run, I'm cheating! How did they kill me? Okay, dungeon. Frack. We made it to the dungeon. Yeah, let's actually get a real save outside the dungeon. Ah! Literally instant encounter. Just ah. Okay, dungeon. Jesus Christ. So, once again, to repeat myself a little bit here, we are quite a ways into this game, right? Hold on. Did we... Okay. So, apparently one of those TPKs was before I got the egg. And so considering every TPK has been against the Gigases, I don't know exactly who to blame for that. Int down. Ooh. So we're not actually ready for the dungeon yet. I was about to make a joke about how terrible this dungeon is, and then I realized we have to go leave it again. Oh my god, stop sending me against 8 enemies. Stop it. Stop it. That's true. I could have AoE'd that one pack of enemies. That's a thing I could do. Oh my god, I can't even do this dungeon. I can't even do this goddamn dungeon. I'm just trying to reach this goddamn dungeon. Hi, yes. Give me the egg. Give me the egg. Thank you. Okay, now I have the stupid egg. I sure hope this is at least entertaining, because this is starting to piss me off. This frickin' game. This really is. This is just an amateur GM. who thinks it's funny. That's the attitude. They think it's funny. Uh-huh. Oh, what? No, you have to go back into the dungeon. Well, I just did the dungeon. Yeah, but you didn't do the right thing at the bottom of the dungeon, so you had to go back into the dungeon. Okay, I go back to the dungeon. On the way back to the dungeon, you fight 2 Gigases. Okay, I run. You can't run. Okay, you run. I can't run. Okay, I run. You can't run. Okay, I run. You can't run. Okay, they've killed you. When did you save last? And yeah, and then the GM mysteriously has a broken nose. It's strange. I don't know where it came from. Just happened. I found him like that, officer. Ah! Every single one of them can be a Gigas or a dual Gigas. And if it's a dual Gigas, I'm just dead. I'm just dead. It could be worse. I could be playing with the in-game sound on. For a preview of what that would look like. Anyways. I've heard that they're actually considering putting Unicorn Overlord out on the PC. So I'm not gonna lie. Be awesome. Oh, absolutely, Bladeball. So you're probably wondering, why did you go down this route, Laura? Well, it's actually very simple. It's so I could kill these things. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Now let's get rid of all this. Hang on. Okay, yeah, you like being darked. As a reminder, that means you get nothing at the end of a combat. And I didn't get rid of a single dark there, so those 2 people just got no benefit from that fight. That was just a wasted fight. That's all that was a waste of my time. Hi, Tycho Brian. How's your Friday going? Yeah, fun fact, did you know that there's no defend command in this game? If you want the last character to do nothing, you have to hit run, which contains its own problems. So anyways, check it out. There's a chest. As a reminder, halfway through the game, difficult dungeon, second time in the dungeon. What does it contain? That's right, a single potion, which heals you for 50. Here's the funny thing. I decided to look this up. Potions actually cast a spell on you, programming-wise. That spell is called Heal, in the code. That spell is actually an insanely efficient, very good heal. The problem is, because it is used as... Oh my god, Giga! Because it's used as an item, it doesn't actually use any stats. Now, you're probably thinking, who cares? Well, the relevant part there is that because of the fact that it doesn't use any stats, there's no scaling on it, so it will always heal for the exact same amount, which is about 50 health. If it did scale with stats, it would actually heal for an insane amount. Like, it's designed to scale with your stats very well, but it can't. Someone explain that for me. Someone explain that to me. It will scale with your stats incredibly well, and cannot scale with your stats. But yes, FF2 has 16 tiers of both weapons and magic. Which is not as fun as it sounds. Right now, my highest level spell is 3. Over halfway through the game, as a reminder. And anybody who's been watching this playthrough knows I have been spamming that. Some of my cures are up to 3, I think. You know, probably way too long. Yep, her cure is at 3. His cure is almost at 3. Jeez. This game, we're not even on floor 2! Alright, alright, alright. At least we're still getting some health. That's something. Fist is almost a 4. What's Sword at? Sword is nowhere. Bow is... It's getting there. Ugh. So I'm reading the map. This dungeon is wild. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this is a massive dead end I'm going down to get loot. These enemies can only be physically attacked. And they constantly AoE fire you. Hey, Fist leveled up. Ooh. So that's Fist 3, I think, we're up to now? 4. We're up to Fist 4. Nice. I don't remember exactly what Fist skills do, but I do know that they raise your chance to hit and your damage, so... So, more chances to hit and more damage is always something I'll accept. For some reason, we're getting a lot of HP ups as we're constantly getting spammed by AoE fire. It's weird. On the plus side, our magic evasion should be going up too. I don't know if it actually is. It might not be. There is a known bug in this game about being targeted by AoE spells screwing with your stats, so... Let's see where we're at. Magic evade is at 40%. That's actually not bad. 240, 243, and 339. So I think magic evasion actually is going up, so that's something at least. Where am I? Right this way. And then we'll just do the same thing again. HP up again. Agility up. Woohoo. What is her agility up to? 34. Not bad, actually. If you're wondering why I'm just idle moding through those fights, literally nothing I do other than physical attacks does damage to them. So there's kind of no reason to bother doing anything else. Oh, goody. Grogers. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, 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 okay. I'm just going to do this and pray. So I got nothing out of that fight, but that's okay. That's okay. It's better than the alternative. I'm going to leave Layla darks because I kind of don't care at this point. I almost have a life, too. Jesus. Fun fact, there are no damaging consumables to bypass this, which I only know because there's a person I follow who does challenge runs of games. He did a challenge run of this game where he couldn't use attacks or magic. And he pretty much could not find a way around those things. Because almost every damaging item in the game does something that they absorb. They really are designed to be physical down and nothing else. Up to 600 health and Guy. That's something. Wow. Wow. Okay, I wasn't expecting that to be a difficult fight. That's why I fast-forwarded through that. Okay. Yeah, apparently. God, I don't know. I should mention, he's, like, easily my best tank right there. And there's a reason he's in that slot. Gonna leave Layla dead. Okay, so all I have to do is get to the southeast of this room, and I can exit out, and then go back to town and recoup, because we're about halfway through the dungeon now, but we've got all the loot. That's the important part. Oh, Jesus, why do these things hit so hard? Like, we could literally one-shot them. Why did they murder us so hard? I mean, I guess they hit for 70. That's not a small amount at this point of the game. See if we can get some MP ups while we're here. No stat ups, because screw you. God. Okay, so. Knight armor, which has enemies? Okay, no, that's not as bad as it could be. That's just adamantos. We're okay, we're okay. Everyone is fine. Yeah, let's get her up over here. I actually don't remember floating triangles. So you can't actually throw potions at undead that I'm aware of. You can throw garlic at the undead. This is not a joke. Ugh. I know you can do that in 4, because I've done that in 4. I don't actually know if you can do that in 3. There's this range between 2 and 4 where, like, some of the standards of the series were invented, but I always forget which specific thing is where. Okay. We got a crit. I'll take it, honestly. Whatever. Okay, let's go ahead and heal. I love having to heal individually. It's just so great. Stop there. Alright, let's get these 3 treasure chests. Yeah, but yeah, this is a massive dead end to get you a heart, an Elder IQ, and a Flames bow. Now, that Flame bow would be nice, legitimately, if I didn't have the Ice bow. So as is, it's just vendor food. Now, we could walk out of here. Oh, God, I was just ready for that to be 2 Gigases, because that would kill me. Might kill me anyways? I went 1 step, Blade Travolta. In fact, I was specifically going 1 step to save, And then it's like, hi! Okay, so now I just have to get to town under these circumstances. I hate this game! Oh my god! I have enough for one res. We'll use that on Guy. She is now out of mana. I'll have him res everyone else. Okay. Let's get some cure on. I've got to heal up before I can walk to town to recover from having done half the dungeon. I don't know how better to say that sentence. Alright, so let's get that save in. We got tons of money now. No, I didn't reach the spot to drop the egg off. I did the other half of the dungeon. The half that involves just treasure. Yeah, I'm making it like 3 feet per encounter. That's about normal. Always keep forgetting to do this. There we go. Yeah, knight armor is way too heavy. So that's not happening. I should just have, like, Doom music playing constantly. Okay, so now we're in a better position to kill people. I don't care that you're dead. I don't care that you're dead. Let's just go, 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 let's just go! Okay, we're actually safe, because all the encounters over here are a joke. We're back to the tier 2 encounters. So I can just... Yeah, we're done. Okay, cool, we made it! Oh my god, we made it! Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is res. It is better, Moogle. There's a reason I say Breath of Fire 2 has one of the worst encounter rates in gaming. Like, in general. It's absolutely abysmal. Okay, so since we have so much money, we're gonna start thinking about buying some things here. It's the one and only good thing about all this crap we've been doing. I'm just gonna toss these. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Get rid of the flambeau. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Just get rid of all that crap. Okay, so we're gonna buy a couple of more ethers, and one more cottage. We can't really afford elixirs yet. Elder IQ is a consumable item you can use in order to temporarily set your int to 99 for a given battle. There's also Heart, which does the same thing to Spirit. There are pretty case-specific circumstances where that's useful. And that's why I actually have a couple of those equipped right now. Alright, so we have a couple of cottages and a few ethers. I kind of want one more ether, so let's go do that. Then we're going to make a run at actually doing this dungeon and actually progressing through the goddamn game. Something we haven't done today. I will admit, I've gotten some flack for this over the years. I get ornery when I don't accomplish something in a video game, when I'm just spinning my wheels. In fact, I call it that, spinning my wheels. And technically, we are accomplishing things. We are stronger than when we started today. But, like, it has been 2 hours and 53 minutes, and we have not gotten jack done. Sorry, 2 hours and 49 minutes, excuse me. We have not done jack. Not grinding my ass. For some reason, I keep getting stuck on that sentence, too. Why is it called Elder IQ? Well, see, we took an Elder Brain, and, you know. You know what? I don't even care about that. Let's just leave it. It's not even worth the money at this point. Inventory space is becoming a bit of a premium. Okay, save. And let's do the dungeon for reals this time. We've been in this dungeon 3 times now. Guess they're still getting me on that. Remember I told you that 3 times on average per dungeon. So far we've been pretty consistently 3 times per dungeon. Jesus goddamn hell-ass bitch freaking Christ. Why? Giga! Quit killing me! I know, it's hard, but I'm gonna need you to dig deep and stop it! No, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure the next dungeon also has these guys as random encounters, so... Oh my god! Wait, why am I racist today? I mean, Giga is the best main villain, I'm just saying. She has been the bane of my existence for some time. Seriously, even before we got to this dungeon, she was a random encounter in the Dreadnought, which killed me one of the times I was in there. Because I can't deal with the Gigas. Why? Why? It's just barely worth doing an AoE. You notice I've just kind of started walking away from Guy being a caster. Have you noticed that? I mean, he's still a caster, and he's still got my spells, but, like, it's just so much more useful to melee with him. And you're probably thinking, that sounds like a bad idea, Laura. And you're right. It is. And I know this because there are enemies designed to be basically immune to physical attacks. That's why you always want at least one caster. But God, the entire rest of the time, it's just so much better to physical. Alright, so this is a mithril armor, which is money. Oh, because I have Elder IQ. Okay, that makes much more sense. I was gonna say, why am I racist? What'd I do? What'd I do? Hey, Layla's leveling. Isn't that great? That the party member who's going to leave immediately after this dungeon is leveling. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't it so great? No! No! Why? 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 Why, game? Why? Explain yourself. She's not even pretending. She's just punching me. She's just punching me. She's just like, hi. Hi, Lore. Bam! What's really funny, to really emphasize this, the Gigas is so much worse than every other enemy in this game that a single Gigas is literally worse than an entire team of, like, Revenants or the Stalactites plus the Wizard Ogres. It's just this frickin' turtle things. I forget which turtles they are, but you know, the turtle enemies we've been fighting. Gigases are just so much worse than all of them because they hit like an absolute truck, have more health than anything else in here, no weaknesses, and resistance to all magic. If I hadn't been doing that weapon grinding earlier, I probably wouldn't be doing nearly as much. They just gave me 0 gold. They just gave me 0 gold. The game bothered to tell me you got 0 gold. By the way, this dungeon is giving mithril gear. If you don't understand how insulting that is, we are a tier and a half past mithril gear at this point in time. Mithril gear was out of date, like, the moment we finished Semet Falls, we could have bought mithril gear. And we did, if you remember. We got a full array of mithril gear back then. And now, the chests are giving us mithril gear. This is insulting. I actually don't know how much mithril sells for. I'll have to double check there. Oh my god, Let's see if we can get to Cure 3 while we're here. Yeah, I'm probably going to. So, fun fact, the Giant's Gauntlet, which I just got as an extremely rare drop, increases your strength by 10, which probably doesn't sound like a lot, but no, that's a huge boost. That is going to make him hit even harder than he's already hitting. So, I'll take that, Giga. Thank you for giving me something. Where am I? So I could go get a magic staff, which I have no desire for. Or I could go get a mithril shield. Honestly, you know what? At this point, I kind of don't care. Yeah, you see this? This is not as bad as a Giga. As a single Gigas. It's not a joke. In fact, let's do fire everything, because we can. Like, notice how we're just shredding through these. It's like, yeah, no, we're good. And done. That's it. Boom. That was a joke compared to 1 Gigas. 8 of those damn things. This is exactly why I asked Blue Wind not to watch this VOD. This is right here. I don't know what alien world they live in, but oh my god. I love how Layla has actually been getting a substantial amount of health and status increases. Just by virtue of having been in the party for this. Remember, she's only here for 1 dungeon, and it's the one we're in. This is it. She leaves the dungeon after... She leaves the party after this dungeon. So... I'm okay. I'm okay. Where am I? Hang on. So I went down 4. That was 4. I've lost myself on the map. Hang on. Where am I? There. Okay, I see where I am. So I want to go... So, okay. Where do you go? I know this sounds strange, but do you go left or up? Because those are your options. If you go left, you end up at that dead end part of the dungeon I've already done. And have to either walk or exit your way all the way up, because it's pretty much on the other side of the universe from here. I shouldn't have done that, but I'm sick to death of Gigas. I'm sorry, Gigas. Wait, Giga. Damn it, now I'm screwing it up. No! You've poisoned me, Giga. Or I guess the Gigas has poisoned me against Giga. More giant gauntlets. I want to stress, that is not a common drop. Honestly, I might give that to her. Oh my god, Ross. Okay, let's give that to him, because that's going to increase his attack power. Yeah, he just keeps giving me giant... Gigas is like, here, I'm sorry for murdering you, Lord. Here, have more giant gauntlets. I'm like, okay, thanks. Can I just not encounter you, please? I want you to understand this, Ross. So, I started today with the quest... No! I started today with the quest to go to the Diced Cave. That was 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds ago. I am in the Diced Cave right now. This is the 3rd time I've been... It's technically 4th, because I actually had a screw up earlier and TPK. So whatever. Just die. Thus did Lore give up on life. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. This is the most cursed encounter table I've ever seen. And now we have Cure 4, just from doing this dungeon. What level am I? So it doesn't exist? There's no levels in this game? I am not what you'd call under-leveled at this point. I am actually reasonably powerful, because I've started using literal exploits in order to get to that point. Anyways, Ross, I did actually have something to show you. Check it out. I was, this morning I was getting a few things packed for the trip. And guess what I found by complete coincidence? I don't know if you can even see that. It's too bright. Hang on a second. There, this should make it more obvious. So that's on my desk now. Okay, so hang on. I actually got to check the map really quick because I apparently am going the wrong way. And I'm tired of this music. There we go. No, that was nice, especially since I had to play FF2 immediately after that. Okay, so where am I going? I'm going here. To get to there, I need to go to 11. To get to 11, I need to go to 8. To get to 8, I need to go to... somewhere. There's 8. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I am an idiot. Okay, alright, cool. I accept being stupid. No, I'm not stupid. I'm just correct. Never mind. This is all correct. God damn it, Giga! I think we're up to 4 encounters of a Gigas in a row, which is, we're reaching statistically unlikely ranges here. Yeah, could you do me a favor and stop bending the laws of probability, Gigas? Please. I mean, it's possible. At this point. Okay, we encountered something other than a Gigas. I'm happy. Yeah, by the way, if you're wondering why our soul keeps going up, that's our magic evasion. Oh, that's a bug. Okay. Well, no, that's okay. That's actually okay. It's not a Gigas. Okay, so. Back on track. Know what I'm doing, know where I'm going. We won't encounter a Gigas in the next encounter. Holy crap. It's a miracle. I am in shock. No, they actually aren't weak to magic. In fact, they are resistant to most magic. That's kind of why Gigas suck. You really do just need to physically your way through them. The only good thing... These encounters are actually really good for leveling, believe it or not, because they do consistent damage to you, which means you're getting vitality and HP, and they cast AoE magics, which means you're getting magic damage on everyone. What that means is you're constantly raising your magic evasion and defense. So these are actually great leveling mobs, believe it or not, if you can just hang with them for a while. So speaking of which, we're actually going to spend a round healing, because that hurts. We still have a boss, by the way. Do you know there's a boss at the bottom of this dungeon? We might not be prepped for it. We might not be. This is why I brought those ethers. It's because we're going to want to refill a little bit. Oh, hey, we have Cure 3 on him now. Woo! Real talk, the Gigas might be a harder fight than the boss that's coming up. God, you know how long we've been in here? Our HP has almost doubled. We started today with like 400-something HP. Now we have 823. There goes most of my mana pool just to heal. A save state for no reason. We still haven't actually cheated, but... thinking about it. Okay, so we're going to move our way through those guys. Wait for... Don't worry, there won't be any more Gigases as we go through here. Revenants are actually pretty bad, but not as bad as Gigases. Yeah, they tend to do things like that. We're okay. We're okay. We should be fine. They only hit for 200. Only. Actually, yes. Although the first one push-ups is what you're thinking about. Obviously, I suppose. Yeah, this really is kind of rocket tech, because we are doing so much damage at this point, thanks to the earlier weapon grinding. Health is still going up. We're getting there. Hang on, what's his vitality? So right now we're getting 36 health every time we gain a health up. Which is not too shabby. That means in about, looks like 4-ish levels, we'll actually break 1,000 HP on Guy. You know what, hang on, I'm curious of something. Oops, wrong person. So her evasion is 213, and that's not great. His is 4-0. Right, that's because I gave him the giant gauntlets. That makes sense. Okay. Wizard Ogre and a Groger. Not the end of the world. Really low on mana. Can't even believe I'm bothering to heal her, but honestly... let's make sure we kill that Wizard Ogre, because Wizard Ogres can dark, and I don't want to deal with that. No, I haven't used a single ether yet. We're okay. We're okay. Kind of riding the line a little bit. Inventory is getting pretty crammed. I have 3 slots left. I'm about to get a piece of equipment called a Dragon Bean. I don't need... Could someone do me a favor and look that up? Anybody's got a moment. What does a Dragon Bean do? I don't know off the top of my head. What the hell's a Dragon Bean? Let's get some Cure on while we're here. Okay, so we should now be here. So I know what you're thinking. Lord, this dungeon sucks and all. But, like, is there any way it could suck more? Sure, I've got your back. I have push-ups. I didn't like it, but I read it. Dragon Bean. Like bean burrito. Except made of dragons. I don't know what that would taste like. I think I've said this before. I've always thought dragon meat should be spicy. It's down. Yeah, that's great. Anyway, so hey, look! I knew you were waiting for it. I knew you were thinking in the back of your mind. Is there such a thing as a dungeon without troll rooms? The answer is no. So which one do you think? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Left or right? Correct answer is 3. There's our boss. So I'm actually... normally I don't do this, but we are so low on everything. I'm actually going to look up the boss and see like what's what with it. Just in case. Let's see. If I can find it. There it is. Okay, it's not weak to anything. It only has 2 attacks, one of which is an AoE fire attack. That's cool. It's weak to wing sword, so that should be fun. If you don't remember, we have that equipped on Furion right now. Right, hang on. Boss music. Alright, here we go. Of course it's 2 of them. Why wouldn't it be? So I'm not gonna try anything. I'm just gonna blink everyone and see what we do. So this is what Blaze looks like. It took so long. I sort of course there's 2 of them. Why wouldn't there be 2 of them? Come on, come on, come on. Work with me here. So we're gonna focus fire a little bit more than we were going to. Yeah, 353 damage from the wing sword. We're fine. We're fine. That was it. That was a joke. That was a complete joke. You were right. The Gigas was worse. Okay, use the egg. Alright. Let's get the hell out of here. Normally I'd think about walking out to raise my everythings, but I am so low on everything and I kind of am sick to death of this place. So let's just get out of here. Not take a step this time. We didn't even get a chance to finish the boss song. That's actually funny. Okay, that was fun. Alright. Yeah, let's just stretch here for... Yeah, okay. So, we're going to put a difficulty cliff negative for the ocean. Probably push-ups. Teleport actually has an insanely low chance to hit at this point and only hit certain types of enemies, so I'm not sure about that. Toad, you absolutely could. Here's the thing. We don't really reliably have access to Toad right now. Cloud 16, huh? What the hell does Cloud do? Let's see here. What do you want to bet that's Fog? Or, no, it's Poison Cloud. Here we go. Maybe? No? No. Yes? No. Nope, I'm wrong. Yeah, we're done with the bosses. Let's go back to the overworld. Appropriate music is appropriate. Oh, whatever. You know what? I don't think I care. There's a non-zero chance that I do not care. It's got to be the acid vial. It's the only thing that makes sense. There's not that many usable items. It's got to be the acid vial, which does do Poison Cloud 16. Yeah, found in Diced Cavern. That has to be it. Oh, excuse me. There are not many enemies weak to poison. Most of them are in pandemonium. It's actually funny. I might hold on to that. Anyways, let's get the hell out of here. Let's be done with this frickin' part of the game. No, I already mentioned this. These key items are just an inventory tax. Like, this is it. I'm just stuck with that. Anyway, so we have submerged the egg. That was what we just spent the last 3 hours doing, was submerging an egg. We are victorious. Yeah, where are we at on our... So, sword skill is actually doing pretty good. Bow skill is doing okay. Punch skill just hit 5. Let me double check something here. I've actually got a lot of cross-referenced stuff going on here just to keep track of all this. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. Yep, nope. We're kind of done. I'm going to talk to them just in case. There's no encounters here, so there's no time loss. No, the Hiryu died. Yep, someday the Hiryu may save us. Yep, so the Hiryu died. Very sad. Oh, it's dead. But we got its egg, which means there's one Hiryu left, which means it's still a dead species because there's only one of them. Anyways. Yeah, true. They might be huts. Please don't be... Oh, thank God. It can be a Gigas. That's still the same encounter table. Okay, the good news is we only have to come back to Dice once ever. And then we're going to be a little higher level. Let's go recover and sell some stuff. We got a mini boss coming up. I know, shocking in this game. Can you imagine having a boss in this economy? Alright. So the Mithril Gear is worth 500 gold each, or 150. To answer the earlier question, no, the Mithril Gear is not worth a damn even financially. Ugh. I am, however, going to buy another Ether, like I said I was going to do. And I think one more cottage, and then we're going to call that good for right now. There we go. Save this with the Ancient Sword, and our inventory is getting pretty full. Yeah, I agree with that, Star Wars. I am with you on this. We are simpatico. Let's try to get a couple more levels of cure here. Oh yeah, I gotta rip all the clothing off of Layla here. The funny thing is, I mean, I really do want to get the main Gauche off her, because that's really useful. And so is the gold hairpin. And so is the silver, and that's just not... There we go. There. So let's go ahead... Yes, Rex, you do. Amusingly enough, it might be worth trading out his shield for the main Gauche. As I've mentioned before, daggers are functionally shields, don't ask. It'll lower the damage of his winged sword. That's the only reason I'm hesitant to do that. And she's fully in bow land, and she's actually doing pretty good on bow. I might put it on Ricard instead. Yeah, I think I actually will lean towards that. But I can give him the hairband, and that should actually help his defense and keep his evasion decent. And let's double check our armor, make sure we have all light. Oh, yep, we finally have an upgrade to armor for Furion. He's been wearing leather armor the entire game. But now we can give him silver armor. Yep, get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think we're good. Okay. Okay, have we healed? Did we heal? We have not healed. Let's go heal. Okay. So, I want you to know something. I want you to know that the next step of the game is to go all the way back to Altair, which, as a reminder, is on the other side of the goddamned world. And then, right back here. Or rather, just south of here. I just want you to understand that when I say this game has backtracking, I am not being facetious. I'm not being exaggerative. I'm not trying to play it up. I am trying to play up a lot of this game because otherwise this would be an extremely boring stream. But I want you to understand that, no, seriously, my next quest is to go to the other side of the world and then back. I'm debating if I want to take the ship. I think we will take the ship, just on the off chance we'll get some better stat ups on the way there. Since I know exactly where I'm going, it's not the end of the world to just do what I'm doing. And I think it is technically a little faster because it moves chocobo speed. Fun fact, there is an airship in this game. You get it so far into the game that it's basically useless. An unfortunate problem in quite a few games, actually. Now, there's an interesting question. When did the zoom spell get invented for Dragon Quest? What was the first Dragon Quest with zoom? In other words. How did none of those cure that poison? How did none of that cure that? I had 3 people cast heal, and it missed on all of them. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Yep, sure, whatever. We just won't get stat ups after that battle. Sure, 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 sure. Dragon Quest 1, huh? Color me surprised. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought Dragon Quest 1 didn't have that, but whatever. I'll take your word on it. You know, it just occurred to me, nothing indicates you're supposed to go back to Altair now. Where would you go next if you didn't know where to go next? I mean, I guess going back to Altair is kind of logical. Because, you know, you've done your mission. Now you go back to base, right? Like, there's a logic to that. I keep checking the map because, you know, it's giant swaths of water in all directions. It's easy to get lost. Guys, we're gonna save. Reason. By the way, the reason I call it Altair is because I think that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I might be wrong. I've heard several people say Altair. But no version of any of these games have ever had voice acting, so we don't actually have a guide as to how to say it. The poor Hiryu. Prince Gordon is strong. I'm worried the princess has been eating like a rat lately. What exactly constitutes eating like a rat? Princess locked herself in a room. What's with her? Is she in love? That's what I do when I'm in love. I can't even sleep at night. Princess looks odd. Try talking to her. Rebel army welcomes you. Princess looks strange. I'm getting a vibe. There might be something princessy going on here. Well, at least we can safely return. Princess has gone mad. Talk to her. Okay, whatever. Oh, right. Hang on. There's a song that only plays for one scene in the entire game that I'm legally obligated to play here. I always found it funny that they put in a song for one scene in FF2, and it's this freaking scene. Where is she? Gordon has become the ruler after the king's death. Now that's a political mess right there. No, think about that. Gordon's a prince from, like, another kingdom. Whatever. There she is. I need to talk to Random. She immediately gets in bed. Come here. Princess? But... I like how the rest of the party is just like, yeah, okay, bye. Hurry. I'm waiting. Gulp. So we get in bed with her, and that's when we notice that she's not Hilda. I mean, would. Why does this plot beat exist? Like, for real. What is the point of this plot beat? Let's actually sit back and think about this for... What, Giga? Let's actually sit back and think about this plot beat for just a second. So, we rescue Hilda from the Death Star. And then we go do a completely unrelated thing, and then come back, and it turns out our princess is another castle. Our next quest after this is to go rescue the princess, which, as a reminder, was the whole reason we went to the Death Star to begin with. So, there's not much of a story to this game to really ding. I think this deserves a negative. This is pretty much the definition of spinning your wheels. Jesus. We're already doing more damage than we were with magic, just immediately. Why did I even bother? Oh yeah, she has sleep on a proc. Because of course she does. And just like the Chimera, she's actually a normal enemy later, because FF2 can't stop doing that. Slep. Okay, that's kind of cute. Could you die, please? How are you not dead yet? Real question. How are you not dead yet? She just cast Blink 16. Okay, hang on. Is she weak to anything? I don't think she is. Let me double check something here. Let's see here. Hang on. If I can find her. I hate how this is organized. There she is. She has a lot of health. Jesus Christ. She is weak to nothing. Of course she is. Wow, she has a 5% chance to cast Blink 16. That's... cool. Here's a funny thing. She can drop some really freaking good gear. she can drop diamond armor, a protect ring, a golden hairpin, a sage's wisdom, and the freaking ribbon. Yes, that ribbon. Now, as a reminder, the ribbon doesn't prevent all status effects in this version. However, what it does do is it gives you resistance to every element in the entire game, even things like matter and mind. So it's still the best helmet in the entire game, just like it was in FF1. Also increases your magic defense by 21%. That's just a chance to not get hit with magic, if it's not obvious. No penalty whatsoever. She's not going to drop it, but it'd be really nice. No, you can farm them later. These are regular enemy in Pandemonium. I don't know what Confuse does in this game. Hang on, what does Confuse do in this game? Give me a second. Inflicts Confuse. Uh-huh. Yeah, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's actually pretty easy to cure. So we'll go ahead and do that really quick. It's our first time actually casting Peep in this playthrough. Oh, for God's sakes. What? It missed! It freaking missed! But, okay, well, apparently Maria doesn't like Layla. Jesus Christ. Okay. I saved, right? Yeah, I saved. Okay, so let's just try this again. I apparently do not have what it takes to kill this freaking boss. Although the fact that she did blink so early is insanely bad luck. Alright, let's go be seduced by her. Yes, we'll have sex with her. Then we do have sex with her, and then we kill her. Don't look at it like that. She tried to kill me first. Oh, God damn it. Honestly, let's just do this for a second. Good morning, Sean. Listen, Giga. It's not my fault that you destroyed my brain earlier. That's what I blame on this. And we're just dead. We're just dead. Like, that's just I don't know what to do about this. I've actually never had trouble with this fight before. We don't have... I mean, we could go try to farm a toad spell. Yeah, let's do one more RNG thing, and then let's grind, cause grind. To be clear, this is a trash mob from literally the final boss, from final dungeon of the game, so... I am not cheating in FF2, I refuse. On principle. Okay, so let's go ahead and blink ourselves. Yeah, there's no grind in this game. Okay, so Confuse is terrible, as we already discussed. So we're fully blinked. It's a shame I can't just, like, stone or stop her. That would actually be really funny. Whatever, just attack, I guess. Ugh! Peep is supposed to remove Confuse, and sure as hell hasn't been. It also has a high chance to go away every round. I just haven't been getting it to go away, which is just some absolutely crazy RNG. Yeah, we're dead. This is a new one. I've never been stuck on this boss before. I barely was even mentally noting it as existing in, like, my little mental walkthrough of what I need to do next. Okay. So this is technically a dungeon after where we're at, by 2. Actually, it's 2 dungeons from now. Let's see if we can just auto-A these guys. Kinda, yeah. That is extremely good luck. And yeah, it sounds about like the kind of quest that FF11 has had that I've seen so far. No offense to FF11 quests that I've seen, because I've only seen the vanilla quests, but they've been really bad. As all vanilla quests are in every MMO. Okay, so I've got a new job for you. Oh, his magic spells are almost full. Look at that. The goodness is, I only really want, I think, 2 more. So we're going to place Ice with Toad. And we're going to start doing a weird grind. Or we can try some RNG. Take that minute. Toad. And just start casting Toad. Just start casting Toad over and over and over. Oh, I see what it's doing. I'm stupid. There we go. It's like, what? Favorite usage for limes? In drinks, obviously. Para exemple, I love a good limeade. Oof. So now, we'll attack, which cannot hit the enemy. Attack, which can hit the enemy, and cast Toad. I can actually unequip her bow, and that way the only one who could do any damage is Toad. I might do that. I'm tempted. I'm not going to do it, but I am tempted. I have had great limeades, but honestly not in years. In fact, I recently tried to get a great limeade, and I failed at that task. I was quite upset about that. You know the last reason I don't like use it to level at systems? I'm never thinking about getting... How am I saying this? I'm never thinking about just tactically moving through the game. I'm always thinking about getting stronger, because I know that if I'm not always gaining stats, that I am falling behind. It's a constant, right? So let's see if we can just Toad her, because that's going to be really freaking funny if I can. We've already got the setup. We're just going to spam Toad and see what happens. Whoops. Okay, whatever. Can you wake up, please? Can you wake up, please? Oh, okay, so, hang on. So, let's reload. Wow, we didn't even get a chance to start trying because she immediately slept the guy with Toad. She was like, I know what you're doing. I know what you're after. Okay, so. Fight, fight. Toad. Let's see what happens. Yeah, how did you manage that, Ross? Ineffective. Now, the problem is, that's not very helpful information. It's possible it just missed. It's possible she's immune to it. I don't know. You don't know. I mean, on the plus side, if I just hit her 13 times with Maria, she is dead. And in this bizarrely defensive scenario, that might actually happen. Or she could confuse my only damage dealer, which, you know, kind of throws that out the window. Cool. That's great that this is a thing that is happening. I'm just gonna keep casting Toad. There's nothing else to do. We haven't died yet. That's better than I was expecting. Ineffective. After all that. I like how she recast Confuse on Maria. Like, no, stop hitting me with your bow. It hurts. Words are hurtful, and so are arrows. Maria just one-shot Layla again. Oh my god. Okay. You know, hang on, I'm gonna look up the Toad spell. Just for funsies. Let's see. While I'm here. Toad. It is a matter spell, which has more accuracy than most. It has an accuracy of plus 30%. Doesn't say anything about what leveling it up does. I assume that increases the successes. No, int increases your successes. I don't know what leveling it up does. Like, what's... God damn it, Blade Jafal. Whatever, I'm just gonna keep casting Toad. At some point, it might do something. You never know. Okay. Or Maria being confused is gonna get us killed. And we're dead. So I'm kind of curious here. See if I can figure out what leveling Toad does. Because if leveling Toad increases the accuracy, then that might actually be worthwhile. If it doesn't, then it's pointless. Right? Like, it just increases the cost. Oh, shut up. God. Okay. Damn. Hang on one second. Let me look something up really quick here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Damn, it does. So I guess that's certainly a good thing, but it looks like raising the level does increase the accuracy by a noticeable amount. So it's probably just straight up missing because we have level 1 Toad. Which is pretty much exactly what I was expecting to find out. Kind of wish I had a Ricard for this grind that I'm doing. Sure would be nice if, I could have Ricard for this. But I have to get past this boss to get to that point. So I'm in a strange spot here. Hmm. Alright. Slightly different strategy. God, there's just nothing I can do about her status effect. That's the problem. My heal spells are so underleveled, and leveling heal spells is insane and non-viable in this version. Like, there's no realistic way that's going to happen. So... okay, that's an interesting question, Giga. That's an interesting question. Hang on, let's do this really quick. Let's pop a save state. Let's pop all the save states right here. Giga has reminded me that if you use a book instead of learning it, you actually cast it, but then it burns the book, right? So what it does is it usually casts it at level 6. And I know this because I was literally just looking at the Toad spell just a few seconds ago. So if we get another Toad book, we could throw it at the boss and cast Toad 6, which might work. And would save us an insane amount of grind, because 600 experience is an insane amount to procure at this point of the game. Alright, so let's see if we can get another book to drop. Get a few stat ups over here. I mean, in all honesty, this is not exactly a terrible grind spot. Because, as pointed out, these are actually fairly high mark, I think is the stat, enemies. Which means they're giving us a decent multiplier. And they just gave us gold. Isn't that nice? It's not what I wanted, but thanks. Appreciate you. In a playthrough on the Pixel Remaster, we honestly wouldn't be having this problem, just to make that clear. I don't want to oversell the Pixel Remaster, but at the same time, the level to which that game does not suck, like the amount of problems that game rips out by virtue of smoothing over the leveling curves and increasing the rate of guild procurement and changing how some of the formulas work on the spells and just everything, right? Even ignoring the boosts, just the improvements under the hood would make this, yeah, no, we're good. And I've always said, when we finally get around to reviewing the Pixel Remasters, I'm going to try not to use the boosts for as much as I can. However, if we do use the boosts, that's not cheating. That's just a toggle in the game. That's just, you know what? I feel like not grinding for the next hour. I suppose I'll just do this for a minute. There we go. Yeah, it's called difficulty settings. And almost every boost thing in all of the Pixel Remasters, almost all of them, boils down to grind, like reducing the grind. Increasing guild gain, increasing job gain, you know, in FF5, increasing the rate of Magicite levels in FF6, stuff like that. Honestly, Mr. Ed, we have many dungeons after this, and they get worse from this point onwards. If you think spending my entire shift today doing a single dungeon and then running into a wall on a boss from hell is bad, let me tell you, you have not seen nothing yet. Which is why I'm not going to take a lunch break today. I mean, I am. I'm going to go off camera, but I'm just going to sit here and hit this button for a while. Okay, a second tote. That's great. That's great. So I'm leaving Monday. I'm leaving Monday. Which means if we haven't beaten this game by Sunday, it sucks to be me. As much as I hate to pause in mid-game, that's going to drive me insane. I don't have a choice. Yeah, so we're trying to bullcrap our way around a boss who we basically can't beat legitimately right now. She has so much health. Vacation, you're funny. She has so much health. Hey, we hit 1,000 health, speaking of which. And she hits like a truck. Her attacks proc sleep. She can cast Confuse. I have not told anyone where I'm going, nor do I plan to. It is not something I would like to... This is not a choice. I would rather not be doing this. But there's nothing for it. Let me tell you one thing that would make me enjoy a vacation, if I was actually getting one, is not being in the middle of a game. Especially this game. Because, fun fact, if we don't beat FF2 by Sunday, then when we come back, we're not skipping it. We're going back to FF2 to finish it. And FF11 will be delayed for the 700,000th time. Okay, so let's go ahead and equip the Toad. There we go. Yeah, at this point, it's not about me beating the game. It's about the game beating me. Okay, so let's go save. My biggest worry is the drive. It's a 6-hour drive. I've got a few things to listen to on the drive, but ugh. Oh, don't even joke about that, Mr. Red. It's okay. It's a 6-hour drive back, too. Could be worse. Could be 15. Okay, save. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Attack, attack, item, Elder IQ, attack, pray. Okay, good, good. Attack, attack, item, toad. Nope. Toad 6 did nothing. So I'm actually going to indulge in a reload, because I don't want to waste a Toad book, which there are very finite numbers of those in the game on that. Okay. So Toad does not work, is what I'm hearing here. There's actually technically one other thing we could try. Let's try one last bullcrap. One last attempt to bomb jump this stupid fight. Let's cast Wall on her. What's funny is we are doing decent damage, but between her Confuse and her Sleep, we just can't maintain, you know? Okay, so we just had 2 good RNG rolls in a row. I'm gonna go with it. Come on, please land, please land, please land. Nope. Damn. I might live with that, because we're actually getting weirdly good RNG here. She's at half health right now. I feel like that might be the intended strategy. Pray for RNG. And she just confused both of my best damage dealers. Who's damaged? Yeah, hers ran off. We are legitimately getting decent RNG in this fight. I might be willing to accept a loss of a Toad book in exchange for good RNG. Like, that might be something I just walk into, and we're good. Ribbons became a thing in FF1. Ribbons that prevent status effects became a thing in FF4. So that's great that they're both confused. Let's see what happens here. Yep, okay, that's cool. Oh my god. Okay, so we literally lucked into victory. Just straight up lucked into victory. I'll take it. Thanks, Layla. Never underestimate a female. So where's the real princess? News, people! There's a tournament at Palamecia, and the prize is Hilda! We must save her. Please, you must save the princess. May I help you? I owe it to myself to help. It's okay. I'll stay behind and organize the rebellion. So yeah, Layla just left the party. And now we have Worthless again for the final time. He is still worthless, by the way. Like, he hasn't stopped being a garbage human being. Stat-wise, he's fine as a character, I'm sure. Okay, so let's... God, so now it's the Colosseum, which is technically it is actually Palamecia. Then Finn. Then the actual annoying and hard parts of the game. And I know that sounds like a joke, but I want to stress, I want you to understand this. Retaking Finn is the end of Act 2. There are 3 acts in this game. Act 3 sucks. Act 3, and I need to emphasize this. Act 3 sucks. Act 3, for those of you aware of what these dungeons mean, is the trip to Mysidia, the Tropical Island, the Mysidian Cave, the interior of Leviathan, the Mysidian Tower, the Cyclone, and then the final run through Jade Passage and Pandemonium. Act 3 is awful. I'm scared. Like, we're so struggling, and we're not at the hard stuff yet. Yeah, in this, I should be clear, I am speaking of the NES version. As with everything, all of this stuff is smoothed over in future versions of the game. Even the Cyclone, which I tend to remember pretty badly, is not, like, just teeth-rippingly awful in the GBA version, specifically. But here... I've decided I am once again going to be proud of the fact that I've beaten this game without cheats on the NES. For a while there, people were like, what? No, that's an easy thing to do. That's a joke. You don't get credit for that. Those people could suck a dick. I have beaten this game on the NES without cheating. I'm about to do it again. When do the instant kill enemies show up? I think the Mazidian Cave or the Mazidian Tower. One of the two. So I'm going to go grind. I'm going to grab myself a bowl of cereal. I'm going to munch. And then I'm going to raise my weapon stats. And I'm going to try to be efficient about this, but I'm going to raise my weapon stats because I really, really need to be doing substantially more damage at this point in the game. So I'll see you after the lunch break.